Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all doing very well. Let me just share our live stream with everyone. We are back at it again after publishing a quick vid. No, quick vid, that took a while. But we're going to be doing a bit of planning today and trying to refactor what we've been doing, because I've had some time away from the code, and I think always doing the simplest thing is likely not going to be a good idea. And I'm going to try and think about that a little bit as I just get up in the chat. So we're going to do a bit of planning. Likely going to do some kind of figuring out what the next steps are. And I'll explain that a little bit more once we've got the chat open. Okay, so the chat is there. I left the new video as a description link as well. How to become an expert or whatever. Just because, like I said, I made that video. I say it in the video, so I'm not going to go over it too much. But I made that video literally for the people who tune into these live streams and for the people who are trying to become experts at this type of thing. So let's get into it. So yeah, let me just write down a little bit. So what I mean is, like, I haven't been able to work on the engine for like a couple of days because I've been making that video. I'm always thankful it's over, but I'm glad, I hope it was good. I can get back to stuff. And I kind of had this like I self-reflected on the last live stream. So if I just go to that, welcome to the YouTube backend. But if I go to the last live stream, not the one that's currently live, getting billboards to work, we worked on like 3 or 4 different things in this one. So it's one of these things where I'm kind of like, well, you know what? It's probably not. It probably wasn't a good idea to do that. And I think putting off doing things like adding a scene graph and well, not a scene graph, a frame graph, doing deferred shading, deferred rendering, and maybe even adding the multi-threading back in, all that kind of stuff that I did in the previous game engine, is actually going to be harder to implement as I go on. Let's just say I add like a load of billboards stuff, we have a game and all that kind of stuff, and I want to then do some kind of like, insert thing here, right? Like, let's just say I want to do deferred shading. This is a bit loud for me, this music, if you don't mind. I'm just going to turn it down just a touch. So I'm going to do like some deferred shading or something. Like, how do I actually... Is that going to be easier or harder to do now or later, right? So I'm just going to have to, like, okay, now I've been able to take a step back briefly on this project. Now I can actually, like, okay, question the direction I was taking it in. And that's going to be what we're going to do. So there's a couple things that I'm going to think about doing. I think this is game development related, so I'm going to stick this timer on. I also took a bit of time off today because I've, not to complain too much, but I've got a really sore back at the moment and just did not sleep well because of it. So I was like, oh, I've got to, after grinding out that video, I was like, I've got to, I'm not getting any sleep. I've got to, like, take a minute. Otherwise I'm just going to completely burn out. So yeah, we're going to... we're just going to open up our... What should I use? I think the stream stuff is probably a good place to start this. So, we have a couple of things in here. So, what does the game engine need is a list of things that I've been working on. Needs particles for a game play thing. Needs a win or die condition. Yes, that's pretty easy to do based on... now I've got a 2D renderer. I can at least tell the player that they have lost based on some condition. Player movement is a bit spotty still. A lot of that is to do with just, I think the visuals aren't updating as much as I would like. More than the actual physics themselves. I think the physics are fine. It's just the jusseriness of what we're trying to do here. So that just might be like an incorrect usage of the Jolt physics engine. We have 2D stuff. Obviously the UI needs to be improved. The UI is literally just a 3 rectangles, which, you know, is utilitarian to say the least, but, you know, not professional looking at all, right? So we're going to have to, you know, eventually do that. But I feel like there are a couple of things that I'm thinking about now that I'm a bit wary about. So yeah, I could do that. 1, why not? 1, deferred rendering, right? I did like deferred rendering last time I did it. 2, view frustum culling is not in this engine. And this involves pipeline barriers. Sorry, memory barriers, I should say. Memory barrier setups. Compute shaders and all that kind of stuff. You know, all the stuff that we're kind of like... I always say computer shaders for some reason. Compute shaders. Bad habit, I guess. I'll leave that there. I'll maybe go into more detail in a minute. We have threading. We don't have that yet. So how do I... Yes, there we go. Threading. Okay, come on. Work with me here. Threading. So I believe I've thought about this for a while, and I thought, well, originally I wanted to do my own threading. I was like, oh, I'll write my own threading library. My own scheduler, my own this, my own that. But I think after all, after considering everything, we have, I've decided to use task flow. I know it's not as cool as to write your own stuff, but I had a feeling that if I didn't use a library for this threading thing, with my threading ability right now, I'm going to be in a situation where I'm going to get stuck and I'm not going to know what to do. So we are likely going to use task flow. I used NKTS last time, and I think that's just the same thing, but just older. So that's fine. We also have a smaller one, but still needs to be done. Texture compression. Right now we are just raw dogging it with JPEGs and PNG files, which is not good. Never seen someone live stream coding, but this is an interesting concept. Oh, thank you for joining us, Force. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Yes, we're going to be. Yes, I often stream these type of things. So yes, hopefully you enjoy what we end up doing. So right now, just so you're familiar with what we're actually doing, I'm in the state. I'll just explain the engine as well to newer viewers who may be watching. We are in a state where the engine itself is in a position where it's okay, right? There's stuff happening. I think I said this. I'm not sure if you were here for it, but the main menu is very utilitarian. It's very basic. It's got 3 rectangles in it. We need to do better than this. It's starting to get to the point where we can start adding gameplay. The player movement is a bit spotty, which I mentioned earlier. Lighting needs to be improved, which is something I'm about to write to in a minute. But yeah, so this is what we're going to be trying to organize. And because I had a few days away from actually coding anything, I've kind of got a bit of distance, and now I'm questioning what I actually need to do with this project. So yes, obviously the duck will be replaced with something that's more appropriate for flying through space. So yes, can we close, or is this going to crash? Nope. Okay, cool. So right now I'm in Obsidian, just figuring out what I want to do and what's good. Yeah, so we are likely going to be doing a ton of engine stuff in the near future rather than gameplay stuff, which we've been doing for like, I'd say a month and a half. Getting physics to work and all that kind of stuff. But we haven't done a lot of engine-based tooling yet, so I think we fell behind. Just trying to get the simplest thing done. And now I've got to really consider, okay, is the simplest thing that needs to be done actually appropriate, right? Because sometimes you can oversimplify and end up going down a bad path. So what have we got? We got, yes, the other one is light clustering. we need to be able to cluster lights. We can actually use more than one. Not that you need more than one. You can get away with quite a lot of lights up until this point, but it's, you know, not a data structure, an acceleration structure, I should say, for handling lighting. So, you know, we've got all these things, and now I've got to figure out what is the most important thing to do. Obviously, this is the G buffer. It's the whole point. Oops, the whole point of this. So, I don't know if anyone's familiar with this, but this is the idea of writing all your geometry into a separate buffer, and you can work out things ahead of time before you do lighting, because lighting is often very expensive. So, you know, building up the G buffer. Now, this unfortunately isn't as simple as just making something work. We also have the issue of making the G buffer small, because you don't want a big G buffer. The smaller the better, because you're passing this around a lot, and if it's got lots of data in, you lose performance as the size of this. Obviously, view frustum culling, I should say. That is just working with memory barriers, the stuff I don't quite remember how to do. Oh, I see the thing. I think this is very relevant. It's kind of tied to view frustum culling, actually. We are doing instant rendering, which is fine, instant rendering, but instant rendering plus indirect rendering, or indirect, I actually don't know how these work together. So indirect drawing. That is going to be very useful for view frustum culling. So note, this is extremely powerful with the view frustum culling. For those who don't know, if you do these together, indirect draw calls plus view frustum culling, which if you don't know what that is, just for people who don't know anything about what I'm talking about at all, a frustum is what the 3D camera looks like. Looks at. I'll just get this up. So view frustum. It's just a shape. You're probably familiar with this. You know, I don't know. Let's pick a simple one, right? You can imagine in an FPS game, that's you're the camera, right? We have a near plane which stops things getting rendered when they get too close to your face. That's why sometimes in like games like Oblivion, if you've played that before, or any other 3D game where you walk around, if you walk right into a wall, sometimes you can see through the wall. The reason for that is the near plane is clipping into the wall, so you can actually see things. This just helps. It's just an optimization thing, this. So you don't view things that are literally on top of the player, which you'll never ever see. And the far plane is off. It's not always. In my game, I don't have a far plane because it's a space game, right? But yes, you can have an optimization as well, where you render up to a certain point, and it makes basically if you look at the shape, it's a triangle-based pyramid with the top cut off, right? So that's what it is. That's a view frustum. Now, if I have an object outside this view frustum, I also can't see it, right? It's not like I can see behind my head when I'm, you know, like you can't see literally behind you, right? Unless you turn your head, right? But that would be the equivalent of moving the view frustum. But when it's still, you can't see behind you or right beside you, right? You know, outside your peripheral vision. So what we can do is check if something's inside this view frustum thing, and if it isn't, then we just don't draw it. Now, if you have an indirect draw call, instead of doing this on a CPU, you can do this on the GPU, which is actually really powerful. So basically, you just pass in data to a compute shader. That works out if something's in or out the view frustum, and then we can pass that data on to I don't know, a vertex shader or something, and only draw those things that we actually care about. This allows us to skip a load of CPU computation and keeping everything more on the GPU, which is always desirable when you're doing what is it called, graphics, right? So that's what we're going to be trying to achieve with this. Light clustering is just, like I said, an acceleration structure which allows us to kind of draw lights in groups, I believe. I'm not quite as familiar. This is the easiest thing. Now I've explained these. These, I believe, are going to have to be tied together even. Yeah, so this is the planning phase of the live stream. And then I'm probably just going to organize our code afterwards because at the moment, there's probably things I could do better. Oh, my bloody back. Okay, so yeah, there's also something called forward plus rendering, but that's just I don't think there is a true fastest way of doing this type of optimization yet. I don't think anyone's provided a unequivocal forward plus is better than deferred rendering all the way around, right? Even though I think forward plus is newer, I don't think it's like technically faster. And I've done this before, so I'm more comfortable with deferred rendering. Yeah, so these are the big engine things that are all nothing to do with the actual game. They're just going to improve the engine's usability / speed. And I've got to be careful here because if I... Now, the obvious question is just do them all, right? Now, that is obviously desirable. But what I'm trying to think of, the reason I've got this planning, this is what I'm trying to plan thing, is I want to make this game like in this soon, right? I don't want to be spending forever on this game engine to like poop out a mediocre game and you know, it has the best deferred renderer, but it has like one model, right? Which is literally what happened in my old engine, right? I had like I had basically all this except for light clustering, and I didn't have texture compression actually. So I basically had all these, and like I could only render one model, which was kind of a letdown, honestly. And that was just because of the design of the actual render itself, rather than the fact that it wasn't fast enough. It was plenty fast enough. So yeah, that's the thing I want to focus on. I think in our case, what's more important? That's the thing I'm trying to work out now. I think a basic implementation of threading just felt like I/O, like input output, so we can render and render at the same time isn't that difficult. Getting threading working really well is difficult. But I think if you just take like a simpler approach where you just say, so I have a startup time. If I'm in release, so it's actually not going to be as obvious. Let me go to debug for a moment. Let's just see if our shaders are... Yeah, okay, so debug is way slower for obvious reasons. It's debug. But you can see here in this window, things get printing to the screen when they're being created. So it's very easy to create things very quickly because, you know, this is all we're rendering. All it's doing, it's starting up Vulkan, allocating some resources, and then it can render these 3 rectangles. Now, if you press start, you can see that we're effectively loading, and that probably is going to go down. That's going to get worse and worse and worse the more I have to render. The more things I have to do. So yeah, we've got to I've got to prioritize here a bit. And also I need to kidnap a 3D artist and keep them in my basement so they can work on my stuff. So by the looks of things right now, I think task flow won't be that beneficial. But I think these 3, I don't know if you can do instant rendering plus draw calls. I actually don't know if that's true. Hi, Project. Good evening. Good evening to you too. Hopefully having a great day, sir. Just doing a bit of planning. Texture compression we can basically get for free. That's not that difficult to do. But it is something that needs to be done. I think the amount of GPU memory I do save when I compress my textures are going to be pretty good. But again, we don't really have anything. Okay, so I use Obsidian 2 for chemistry though. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a really good tool. I really like it. I'm not really a massive productivity guy, but I feel like when it comes to note taking, this is a fair enough app. The okay, so I think the real killer for me, if I scale everything up. Right now we have a test scene of 4,444 things, right? Now my question would be, what happens if I scaled it up to 8,888? Yeah, let's beat this engine up. Okay, so I've got an idea. What I'm going to do, actually, is just render more stuff today. And we're going to see where it breaks down. And then, hopefully, we'll have an idea of what's the most important thing to do. Because right now, we're not getting anything really that interesting when it comes to threading. So, because there's so little... we're doing instance rendering, so we're using the same model over and over again. So the input output, the from disk is really like minimal. So I'm not going to try and do anything that interesting there. But what we could do is just render something more complicated. 444 times. That is an idea. But is that realistic, right? Because I could just render Intel Sponza 444 times, but is that relevant to anything that we're going to be doing? That's just going to be also like super slow, I think, regardless. All right, so let's think about it. If I render 8,888 rocks, we can see, I think, you know what we don't have actually, which I think we probably need to do for this particular case, a profiler. We don't actually have a profiler yet, actually, now I think about it. Now I'm thinking about like, oh, how fast does something go? Well, you use a profiler to measure these things, right? And again, I think for this, I'm going to use Tracy. I think it's the industry standard, honestly. And I think it works on both. I'll have to investigate, but... on Linux, you have perf, and I'm not sure if, I don't know what works on what at the moment, so maybe perf. But I think actually the most important thing right now is actually writing this. This is most important, so I'm going to write this as important. The reason is this is going to tell us, when I scale the engine up, what is actually going to be killing performance, right? Is it the draw calls? Well, then indirect draw calls are going to help. Is it, the rendering, that's going to be probably the view frustum culling second. If it's the lighting, it would be the deferred rendering. If it's the loading, then it's going to be just the threading. And, these two are going to be, okay, that's also lighting as well, I guess. Wait, you stream? That's right, TT. Welcome. Random thoughts. Ignore if you feel I am wrong. I think if you implement some sort of level of detail system. I'm sure that Vulkan already has this, but it would be nice to do if it did that automatically. I think you're right, actually. There is a argument to be made that view frustum culling plus level of detail is likely the most, not important, but like, where would priority, okay, so I'm going to kind of organize these based on priority. So yes, just for people who are tuning in, we're just doing a bit of planning right now. Now I've taken a few days off from to make that video. And if people are talking like, what is he talking about? What video? I made a video about how to become an expert at programming. As someone who's probably not qualified to make that video, as I will admit, So yes, profiler. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, based on that, like, okay, we could just keep plowing forward with making this game, right? But I think doing just the simplest thing is gonna come back to bite us in the future if we continue down that road. So yes, level of detail. So we have deferred rendering. I'm gonna say that's less important than view frostum culling for now. And if we're gonna have view frostum culling, we'll basically I want to do it GPU based. So let's say GPU based. GPU based view frostum culling. So that almost necessitates that we do indirect draw calls. And that means we need to integrate that with our instance renderer. So that's going to be more important. Well, I believe so anyway. We'll see once we have a profiler. Deferred rendering, threading, texture compression. I think what I'm going to do is, for now, I'm going to say that setting up some super basic task flow is more important than deferred rendering right now. And then it's going to be texture compression could be put anywhere because that's really easy to do, really. Okay, so I'm going to say do when stuck on something. So this does need to be done. Hello, Kalia. How you doing? Why deferred? Just because I know how to do it. There is no... but I think we should profile things and kind of maybe even look into forward plus, right? I've done deferred before. So we could maybe say forward plus depending on the differences and what my engine needs. Like, yeah, make sure you pick something that actually fits your engine. Engine / game. Oh, good, man. Yeah, good. I'm in a little bit of shoulder pain / back pain, but that's why I had to take. Also, I didn't get much sleep because of it. But apart from that, I'm chilling. Get some water. A bit hot, actually. I might open some windows in a minute. But yeah, overall, can't complain. Forward plus means more learning, so it must be good. Yeah, that's I don't know if you're joking there, but maybe you could argue that. Yeah, but we need to basically so if G buffer, I guess I should say, if deferred rendering, and then we're gonna have what force chlorine said. I think I'm gonna say that's gonna be more important than light clustering. So an LOD system. So I think what we're gonna use for that is mesh optimizer. Oh yeah, I forgot about something. Mesh optimizer. Okay, so there's another thing that we need to think about as well. I don't know where to put this, but I'm going to say here, just kind of route here. So we need a frame graph. I mentioned this kind of at the beginning. Frame graph, right? We don't have that yet. So this is about like implementing passes. Sorry, so this is like pure graphics / Vulkan stuff. Hot weather has traveled through my country too, haha. I have slept a lot in the past 5 days, my height. Ah, yeah, must have increased. Yes, as you know, yes, we all grow. So we have frame graph. We need different passes for things. The most important one, I think, just straight off rip, is the pre-depth pass. Is the most important for overdraw. Again, we don't really have performance issues yet, but I think I'm going to avoid animation. Now I think about it, I'm just thought of animation. And the other thing I probably need, which is adjacent to texture progression. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like lean back a bit because my back is sore. So hopefully you guys can hear me if I just lean back, because oh man, it is not comfortable right now. Right. Okay. So we have texture compression. Yes, we need to get working. GLTF pack. I have done I have done animation, and it took, because I was messing around with meshlets at the same time. That just made animation like get so much harder than it had to be. So let me finish this off. Similar again. I'm gonna say do when stuck on something. I think this is less important. This is more of like an optimization for files themselves. But I don't think it's going to help as much. But yeah, profiler first, obviously. So yes, when it comes to animation, I have got it working, and then it broke, and then I got it working again, and it broke, and then I got it working again, and it broke, and it only worked on some files. So, have I done animation? But have I done bone animation before? Yes. Have I done it well in a way that kind of is relevant for a game engine? Probably not, right? So yes, that is what we are going to end up. Animation is going to come at some point, but I think for the space game, I can completely avoid it. Honestly. Yeah. So these are the things. Let me think. Is there anything else I want to do before we continue? Now, obviously, doing all these things is going to take a long time, and I need to kind of balance this with game stuff. So this is engine stuff, I guess I could label it. So what does the engine need is this, right? What does the game need is different, right? So I think I can say that. So what does the game need? So yeah, that's the difference here. So the game, obviously, there's a bunch of like the idea is not to work in this game forever. That would be kind of dumb. But I also, you know, implementing all this before we do anything in the game is also kind of bad. But doing none of this before we implement everything in the game is also bad. So I think I need to strike up like a good balance that makes sense for what we need. Now, it's not like the end of the world, some of this. Like, some of this stuff can be done like very quickly. But I just need to make sure that I don't mess this up in a way that means that yeah, okay, so I think at the very least, before we continue on with anything else, I think the most important thing is profiler, like a proper one, right? Not the hacky one I've got in, that uses Vulkan commands to measure the delta between things. I would obviously like all these things in before I continue, but I honestly think if I tried to implement all these things, I think it would probably take a year. Now, you may think like, what? Why would that take a year? Some of the things I don't quite know how to do. I've done a frame graph. I've done indirect draw calls, but on a different renderer, which we're going to have to look up. This is kind of not that difficult to do, but the memory barrier part is the hard part. The actual synchronization and getting the actual like commands to work without setting up a semaphore/fence. This is a massive task, which kind of changes how you do things. Yeah, and I think this has to be done before we do frame graph. I think we have to have a main pass. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna write this in instead here. Do you have plans to add gravity to your space system? Not currently. Sampling profiles. It just slows things down, and I don't know how reliable it is. What I need is sorry. Just I don't have. Let me read the messages separately. Floor screen. Do I have? No, I don't yet. So this is gonna be quite an arcadey type game. I don't really see myself making something like super in depth, like a real time like space simulator or something like that. You know, it's gonna be quite because it's 3D. It's kind of it would be harder, I think, for the player to know what to do when they're being pulled and pushed in a around. But maybe I haven't really nailed down the game design document yet, in my head at least. So what's the problem with sampling profilers? Is that what they're called in Vulkan? I'll just first clarify that. And if that's what you mean, the Vulkan sampling profilers, I'll just say that they generally just slow your engine down, and sometimes it can be a bit of a you know, overhead that kind of adds a bit of complexity. I don't know. You know what? I don't really have a good answer, to be honest. So, but even Space Wars had gravity back in the 60s or something. You're not wrong there. I'll come back to that. So yeah, what I really need though is the classic. How long does a function take? I mean, like the profiler Visual Studios randomly takes up. Oh, that thing, right? Of course. Okay, let's just actually, yeah. You showed me that last time when we did this. So let's actually, okay, so that's the first thing we should try and figure out. How useful versus what I want. Okay, so this is important. How useful is the Visual Studio profiler? Yes, that's a really good point. I completely forgot about that because I've only used it once in this stream and I kind of forgot how to use it. So I think that's the first thing that we're going to do. We're probably going to take notes on our... Yes, you're not wrong with the gameplay when it comes to... I don't know. I wouldn't... Maybe it's a good idea. I just haven't really... I haven't thought about it, to be honest. If I have gravity, as you get really close to a planet and you have to use more... I mean, we got Kirby Space Program. Does that fit with the game design, though? Of what I have in mind, which is a bit more arcadey-like? I don't know yet. Very nice. I haven't used the Vulkan one myself. Yes, I see. Very nice. High proven object. And also, thank you for your lovely comments on the last video. I should mention that. I actually expected to get quite a bit of like a negative knee-jerk reaction to it, but no, it was actually it was really pleasant actually. Well, so far anyway. We'll see. We'll see how that continues. I'm sure it's fine, to be honest. But yeah, I'll just give you guys a thank you for all the lovely comments at least. Anyway, so, right. Yes, thank you for the reactions to the stream, too. Right, okay, so, that's the first thing we're going to do. We've got Tracy, maybe Perf. Then these two. Then a basic implementation. Oh, that was the thing, wasn't it? Yes, I think I need... That's what I was going to write down. Gbuffer. We need... before we start adding different passes to the... I'm going to call them passes because that's how I learned them. I'm sure they're not always called passes, but anyway. Because render pass was like how we did it. I did it with render passes, so everything was just a pass for each frame. We need to decide and implement the deferred, because I think it's going to be harder to retrofit renderer /forward plus whatever that is, just so we have a main pass, if that makes sense. Like I want to have like this is so we can have like a main pass, so we can have a main pass, like the bulk of the renderer. You usually see people go for something like Tracy, but haven't really felt the need for myself. What was the issue? Actually, yeah, / I don't know what the issue is, the sampling ones. Would love to see you make a game like Danny, except you have a game engine. Yeah, that's my goal anyways. Like that's exactly the vibe I'm going for, right? Something a little silly, right? Something a little goofy. A little goofy with it, you know. That's why I constantly have the duck flying around. It's almost to indicate to the people who do tune in to the live streams, like, yeah, this is not going to be elite, dangerous, or Eve, right? This is very like kind of, it's going to be kind of dumb. But yeah, we're going to do it with our own tech instead. So yeah, that's the vibe I'm going for, at least. Okay, I think I have everything kind of ordered. Yeah, TC's suggestion of Visual Studio Profiler to see sampling approach, which may just be a nice alternative to having a bunch of Tracy code in my engine, and it might get rid of a dependency that I don't have to worry about, so that's actually kind of like beneficial if I can get around it. Assuming that it's useful in the way that I want it to be useful, right? Because obviously, I think the benefit of something like Tracy is that you can do a stack trace thing and you can see the amount of functions, and it might be easy to use, versus something like only being able to do that in Visual Studio, which is fine right now, right? Because most gamers use Windows, so my main platform is Windows. If people are wondering why I'm not on Linux, that's why. Until everyone goes to Linux, I'm stuck here. Or at least 50%, I guess. Or at least the trajectory hasn't quite took off in the way that everyone's just leaving behind Windows 100%. Anyway, so if I restart the music wherever that's gone, here it is. Yeah. So right. Okay. So that's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to do that right now, and Tracy, and then figure out what we need. So yes, this is the most important thing. Because then we need to abuse the system. So test this, either implement Tracy or perf, I guess. I don't know if that's only for Linux. And then we're gonna like rank up, like we're gonna accelerate. We're gonna try and render more and more things in the scene and just see what is slowing us down. What's the first bottleneck that we can fix, and go from there, right? So before I do that, though, I'm just going to open some windows and turn on the fan because it is getting hot in here. So I'll be right back. I'll still be able to yell from a distance, but... Oh, dear. The summer... So yeah, let's hack into Visual Studio. And because our thing's open source, we can technically use whatever feature we like with community editions, so we don't have to even pay for things. Oh yeah, and again, for people who are watching for the first time, I don't know how many people are here, but yes, my well, you can be watching the VOD, I guess. My my project is in the description of the live stream / VOD, depending on what time you're watching this. So anyway, yeah, let's remember how to do this thing, which I completely have honestly forgotten, because I completely forgot it existed. Okay, so I'm just going to look up a tutorial. It's hopefully going to come back to me relatively quickly. We're not going to kind of go through the same thing we did last time. So, oops, I've said I'm building a ray tracer, which is not correct. Yes, I kind of got tempted to build an offline ray tracer briefly, admittedly. But you know, we're back focusing on what we're actually supposed to be doing. Well, when I say supposed to, I mean there's nothing really we're not supposed to be doing, I guess. All right, okay, so Visual Studios. Studio Profiler. Let's give this a Google. Debug. Thank you. Performance monitor. So C++. Yes. What I want to get up is just a. Okay, that's the same thing. C++, please. Is just. Oh yes, I remember now. CPU usage, which is what we're really after, to be honest. This is what we need. And then start CPU usage. I remember that now. Please, no AI, please. Absolutely not. CPU usage, cool. And that has that. And we can do a start record, I guess, which is kind of useful. Okay, so this is what we need. I'm just going to refer to this if I get stuck. And then we can go through. Okay, so let's take some notes as I go. I think what I'm gonna do is just make quick, dirty note on. Yeah, so like Visual Studio before profiler. What am I doing? I always do non-capital letters for these things. Okay. Yes, so we have a very basic setup here. I'm not going to do anything interesting. Don't really have anything to say there. No notes to connect it to. Perhaps the Vim notes I did. Oh, NeoVim. Did I make a node? I really hope I hadn't. What is I? Sorry, let me. Hang on. Let me go through my tags real quick. So it's not this. It should be Linux development or Linux or something. I swear I made a tag for this. Okay, maybe not. If that's the case, then it's just going to be in here, kind of floating around in the grays. Nope. Okay, so that's okay. So we got a roadmap. And no, okay, so this is it's kind of annoying. What is this? Why is this here? This should be dead. That's nothing to do with anything. Okay, great. Okay, interesting. Sorry, I got a bit distracted there. So in Obsidian, well, if you don't know Obsidian, these just the ideas is things are supposed to connect together, but I clearly have not done a good job with this particular thing. One more try, and if it's not there, maybe it's in Git, and if not, I'll just ignore it. So, so tmux was definitely a thing, so I'm just gonna look for tmux. Okay, so clearly it doesn't exist, right? I don't think I pushed. That's nothing to worry about. So if I take, bear with me just a moment, please. I think I just haven't pulled something. So git stash, git pull, yeah, git stash apply, git status, cool. Fantastic. So now we should have a tmux thing. I guess not. Really? We don't have anything? Oh, that's disappointing. Okay. That was a big waste of time. Apologies. Right, so let's go into debug and performance manager. Smells like burning outside since I opened the windows. Okay, so what have we got here? Yes, so this is quite straightforward. CPU usage. Yeah, so we don't have access to that because we don't have that. Yes, yeah. Switching errors, forgetting to push, exactly. It's exactly what's happened right there. Never mind. Alright, so let's give this a shot again. And then we just do record. Oh, actually, before we do anything, I'll kind of want to throw in record, just see how this goes. Stop collecting. And let's see how we do. We're in debug, so we shouldn't be in. Okay, yep, that's good. And what do we want to do? Top function names, that's fine. So what was the... Okay, so it's obviously a DLL, but hopefully we can work our way back out. Yeah, this is effectively all I think I need for now. Yeah, so we have a lot of, as you can see, okay, that's kind of non-trivial. Obviously most of it's taken up by main, that makes sense. We have present, we have main menu loop. We have, yes, initialize, which that will be the thread, that'll be the main like win for threading. STB load. Yeah, okay, so we have a lot of STB loads here, which is kind of expensive. And okay, yeah, so the other thing I need to measure is you can stop directly collecting and close the application. I see, thank you. Yeah, I think this will generally be unable to find a symbol file. Sure. Where's the symbol? To include modules, no. Yes, this is what I need, right? No. I can add my own PDB. Which will be simply our build directory. And that should hopefully load our symbols. Nope, that's release. It's definitely not going to be in there. Interesting. What is it looking for? Don't I have a .pdb in here? Okay. Let's investigate. Time to write your own STB load. Yes. It's too slow. Arr. Yeah, it's PDB. What does it want? I don't quite understand. PDB. You might not have debug symbols for STL and such. Your voice sounds tired. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep. I am a little tireder. Hi, Ratchet. Hi. Hopefully you're feeling good. So, yeah. Your own code should definitely have them. Yeah. I see. Okay, so it's PDB for this particular. Oops. Okay. Where was it? This, and then okay. Let's just dive in. Right. Okay. Main. Oh yes, of course. Main is just everything. Okay. Yes, of course. That would be. Okay. So we have a lot of. What do we have here? We have samples. Fine. Yeah, STB image is causing a lot of game loop. Really? That's how slow it was? What I'm interested in is like, okay, inside game loop, where is the slowness? Okay, so that isn't free. We could probably avoid that altogether by just moving it out. Makes sense. New frame has to do a lot of stuff. I assume 2 is... I don't know what these numbers mean. Are these like cycles? CPU percent... Okay. Yeah, so then we do this, which is... Yeah, a bigger update file. Okay, so that's kind of... If I had a lot of different types of entities, that would be kind of expensive. Okay. Begin rendering. Okay, that's fortunately quite fast. Scissor viewports. I've been told these are the wrong way around, but we can probably... It's probably fine, considering we're not getting warned or anything. The numbers are sample counts. See, what's this? Okay. Huh? Oh, this must be up here. Okay, so a bunch of straight... Yeah, that makes sense that the draw command took the longest. That's by design, I think. And a present, yes, that all makes sense, yes. Alright, so I think what we're going to do then is... Yeah, we're just going to have to, like, just... Okay, so let me think about this a bit. Hello, Spider-Man. Spider-Man lifts. I think it's their way of giving you some gauge on how accurate the estimate is. Oh, okay, so if it's like a low number of samples, then it's technically not as accurate. Okay, so it's nothing to do with performance. Okay. Right. Okay, that's fine. I thought escape point was French. No. Do not know any French. I did learn French in school, but I was an absolute trash student. If something has only a few samples, it might be a bit inaccurate. You might want to profile it for longer. I see. That's good to know. It's good to know, actually. Right. I might write that down in a moment. Okay, so present. Okay, so I'm just going to write it down now, actually. The number... Oops. When you break down how things by function, there are samples that go along the percentage. if you have a low number of samples, that shows that it's inaccurate. Yeah. Run things for longer to get a higher level of accuracy. Okay. I knew he was British from his accent. Yes, big giveaway. Yeah. In my opinion, learning a language from a few hours a week seems quite hard. So, so you need to build up study for yourself. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, should turn my microphone. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I agree with both TT and Ratchet on this. School is typically a terrible environment to learn any language. I was big into that at one point. I used to be able to quote Stephen Krashen when it comes to his input hypothesis when it comes to learning languages. But I won't torture you with that today. Let's just see in here. What's in here then? Okay, so pipeline barriers stuff. Sure. Okay, so yeah, submit takes a while. And then present. So what you're telling me is if I remove this, we get a 14% speed up. Hell yeah, bro. Let's remove it. Okay, so learning languages, second languages. I finished zooming for my tile editor. Hell yeah, brother. Nice work, bro. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... Okay, so let's beat up the scene a bit. So I've got to come up with like a debug scene where it kind of like test performance. So I think that's the first thing we're going to write. Is based on this, we can at least be able to see kind of like how things go, but obviously 4,444 things is mostly just a kind of test scene. If I really want to beat this up a bit more, I've got to increase the number, I think, of things. Despite us instant rendering. Okay, let me think about this for a bit, because this is kind of tough. Okay, so I've got to build like a test scene that's kind of remotely realistic. If I build something that's just like, 10,000 instant rendered rocks, and then I don't do that in the game, then my performance, my test scene isn't going to be that useful. So, what should I do? I think I need to implement some... Despite rendering a lot of things, what I need to do is I also need to add some of the physics engine stuff in. So I think we need to render ducks as well. I think because the physics engine is going to be used, we're measuring CPU right now, yes. And eventually, what we're going to do is to do GPU performance is we're going to open up Nsight and just kind of look and see what's going on there. It's not going to give us like a super nitty-gritty overview, but it'll show us basically where the performance is on both sides of the thing. And I have a feeling right now we're going to be stuck by the CPU, not the GPU. I think the GPU is quite good, considering we have a basic BRDF, but we have the standard model BRDF. We don't have many materials. We don't have many textures. Right now, I don't think I have a way to beat up the... Hello, C++ coder. Hello to you too, just watching. I think what I need to be able to do here is... Okay, so yeah, let's do it like a, let's write another function here. So this needs to be like somewhat realistic for like a larger scale game without any effort. Performance. So then we can figure out what we actually need to do based on our general idea of different tools and render doc and Nsight, plus some CPU profiling. At first, I was unsure on how to make the zooming feel good, so I tried to vibe code it with Fable. First time using it, but it had some issues, and I was forced to use my brain. Ah. No, you had to use our brain. Ah. Yeah. Well, I think you would be thankful in the long run, but that, you know, I'm not going to say this or that about AI. I've pretty much mentioned all my thoughts in the in that video, which you may or not watched. I don't know. There isn't really anything that's groundbreaking in there. So what I'm going to do is kind of just copy this for now and just see what I can get away with. Yeah, so we want to have, like, I think an even division between the two. Controversial video, yes. Must have been holding it wrong. Yeah, exactly. I have a ton of debug labels, so I get a granular performance info in Nsight. What is that? You can. Oh, I see. Okay, yes, right. That makes sense. We might do that then. Actually, let me add that in. Actually, it's quite smart. Debug labels. Where did my stream stuff go? Okay, so. Huh? Okay, cool. I don't know why it just all deleted itself. Add. Okay, so I'm going to say profiling rather than profiler. Make sure if Nsight doesn't give enough profiling details, add more debug labels. Command buffer debug labels to be specific, with maybe command buffer debug labels. Thank you. That's really good to actually know, because that might be what we do next. Oh, thank you for the donation. They're just watching. Appreciate that a lot. Yes, it's always very much. It's always a pleasure. Thank you all. Thank you for that. I hope these streams live up to the quality of the community that's in it. Yeah, thank you. Right. Yeah, I always like to tell my tell people, like, oh, I got a donation today. They often don't really care, but you know, I care, so. Oh, for the controversial video. Got ya. Yeah, we'll see how we'll see how things live up to the controversialness. I don't think it's hit the mainstream yet, if that makes sense. I think in 24 hours to 2 days from now, we'll really know how many people disliked the video in a way, right? Okay, so this just needs to be 888. It's just double for now. And what I'm going to do is doc index. What we're going to do is I'm not going to do any of the other stuff. So, yes, we want to build a rigid body that is static, that is not static, that is dynamic. That's the whole point of this. So yeah, this is going to be quite straightforward. I don't think it's going to be that, because this is divisible by 2. We can just literally go divide by 2. And I don't really mind this being a bit like that. Okay, cool. And right, so we're gonna obviously randomly place things. That's also fine. Random rotation. We're gonna get rid of. We're also gonna. Okay, that's just the random rotation. We need to put the random positioning back in. Which is this, based on the scene radius, which I'll put maybe 4,000. I actually don't know. Yeah, it's 4,000. That's probably appropriate. So scene radius here is going to be float for. Sorry. Let's go to 4,000. That's just to make sure that if we get like tiny triangles, we can see that at a distance. Let me just stop my blinds from going insane because I opened the window. I'll be right back. That's what that noise is. It's my kitchen blinds. Oh, I should have stopped the timer. Look at that, breaking my own rule. Yeah, if I actually do need to stop the timer, I sometimes just go back to work for like a minute without timing myself. Kind of off. Right, so hopefully that will shut up for a bit. It is quite gusty today for some reason. Right, so this is scene radius. Now we could. Do I care about this at all? Like changing the color and the radius size. No, not really. We just need to. Oops, we just need to place stuff around the scene. So I'm just gonna say radius. I think we need blue at all. So what I'm going to do is just do a 1.f, I guess. Doesn't really matter. So we have position that's not used. Oh, there it is. Okay, so yeah, blue, go away. And yeah, we don't need this at all. I guess I could just initialize that to 0, but I don't think it matters actually. It's just gonna be a waste of time. Okay, cool. And see some more random placement of stuff. So get rid of that. And okay, so the blinds have also okay. Right. We might have to do something else with the blinds. One moment. Give me a second. They're just making an absolute racket. What I'm going to do is just put a big book next to them so they don't move. Yeah, I'll be right back again. Almost there. Okay. Back. How will I ever become a supersonic legend programmer if I carry on doing this? Now you all know what that's about. Okay, right. Let's continue. Let's get rid of this. And I think I've hopefully stopped that from making a racket. Okay. Okay, cool. I think... I don't know how well this is going to handle adding 8,000, but that's like kind of what we're doing here. We're kind of stress testing things. And yes, fantastic. Okay, so let's... when we are... Exactly, Supersonic Legend Programmer. It's a new Rockstar program. Indeed, indeed. Escape point. Remember, I was complaining about my scene system. Yes, I do actually. Just earlier. Have you sorted it out? That'd be really really cool. Okay, not main menu. Whoops. What if I rewrite it in Rust? That should fix it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's yeah, rewrite it in Rust. Then what you want to do is make it, yeah. I feel like what people actually do is they rewrite it in Rust, and then they're like, oh, it's not perfect yet because it doesn't have a library. They make it like super multi-threaded. They put it on GitHub. They parade it around and saying this is the new technology that's going to be used for everything, and then it's never used for anything outside of the GitHub. But it has a bunch of stars though, so that's good. Anyway, that's from my experience, you know. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are trying. I have something in my. What am I? Oh yes, scene. So it should be like a build. Where's the scene builder? Yes, build scene versus. Yeah, maybe I should add another line here. And that's nothing to worry about. It's just something falling on the floor. Let's see. Let's give this a run and see what happens. What if I rewrite it? Yeah. I don't like that C++ can't control the L3 cache. Right, so let's just see what happens. Okay, so we get an array performance because we are on what? Array 0, okay. Oh, of course. Right, yes, we need to resize our arrays because they are set to a particular size, and I think I can take entity body data maybe? Yeah, anything that's these guys, these need to be added. Again, completely forgot about that. So I think we have a resize function. I don't know other languages well enough to comment on that. Just watching. So resize, we have a resize. Boo, we do not. Oh, set size, there we go. So if I go in here and set this to 8888, what do we get? What are we doing here? We are growing. Yes, that's exactly what I need to do. So there might be some performance penalties for this, but whatever. I'm not that worried about setup time when it comes to the debug scene. I just need to be able to see how things render. Right, let's so we are accessing them, though. That is the other thing. We'll see how this goes. This might be a subscript fail as well. Oops. I've seen a lot of Rust projects that are laundering GLP code into interesting. Interesting. So we've got a quick sort fail here. And yeah, this is exactly what I needed to do, kind of like beat up the engine a bit. Alright, so why does this fail? This is the, what is it failing on? We have a high, no, we have a no read access violation, and it is in, so the index, sequence, and base array are this. We have index value in right hand side is quite large, but that's by design. And so in right hand side we have what? Now let's just reduce this to 444 for a minute and see if, so that's the original, and just see if it actually works, right? The C++ standard, no, okay, so it's likely something I've done. So if I get rid of this set size thing, which should just work, let's try again. I'm just trying to figure out where the error is by just getting closer and closer to what is happening. This is very strange. Oh, okay, yes, we don't need a player in this situation. Okay, that's kind of tricky and annoying, but well, it is what it is. The C++ standard is written to run on an abstract machine, so C++ does not have a concept, nor can be expressed. Right, that makes total sense, actually. I think if you want to control the caches of your machine, you just have to. I know it's contrived to say this. You just have to write, I guess, in C++ at least, cache-friendly code, and kind of let the compiler do what you want it to do, right? Okay, so entity 0, scene. Where's the rest of them? I'm definitely missing one. Okay, so this should not be relevant anyway. This shouldn't do anything. It is as well, yeah. If the CPU has L3 cache, which is not always guaranteed, it's also quite high up. Not that it's like bad or anything. Right, so let me just start the music again. Your video that you uploaded on YouTube yesterday is really good. Oh, thank you. Sneaky stream indeed. Yeah, that I really made it for you guys. Like actually, for anyone who's been learning C++ and Vulkan, it's literally meant for you. Usually I make the video kind of for myself or because I want to like talk about something I like. But I was like, you know what? I felt like our community needed kind of like what I think is like a better introduction to learning how to do these things. You know, like getting into and building expertise. You explained my own experience, also others with AI. Lol, that's very accurate. Cool. It's funny because I don't even use it, so I'm glad you guys found it. I'm glad you find it helpful. Oh, Heisenberg, you're just here for that, I guess. I don't know what's going to happen when I press start. Let's see. Okay. So I'm testing out different things right now, Heisenberg. We are trying to push the engine to see where it's failing. And so far, so good. Yes. Yeah, we need to be able to beat it up so we can see what's the best thing to add to our engine next, right? Also for manual caching to improve performance in a way that you have an exact way of architecture when you're doing it. Yes, that makes sense. I see that. Yeah, I agree with that, TT. I would say if you have niche control over how the cache behavior of a particular CPU, you're probably then now underperforming on a different type of CPU, I guess. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you. I use it and against it at the same time. Fair enough. Well, you know, everyone has my thoughts now. My argument is out there for using it and not using it. So, all right. So let's increase this fella up in the in here. So we don't have any like resizing issues, because I'm kind of wondering if that's related to what we saw earlier. So, is it array size? Okay, cool. So we are slower, which is good. So yeah, array size is... Well, I can feel the frame rate chugging a little bit. I can't move because I haven't set up any moving. But I don't think we need to for this. So it is faster, but it's still kind of slow. It shouldn't be... Yeah, so this is like double the amount of stuff in the scene. And interestingly enough, the debug geometry is also the same size, which is fine, I guess. What I'm going to do as well, okay, is just to see like how bad this can get, is set the dynamic data to move. Right now we just have like this, right? Like just like one object moving in the main scene, just to see like anything moving at all outside of the player. But what I'm going to try is, let's just see, where's this done? Does this have to be done before or after? I think it has to be done after. So if I take this and kind of just loop through half the objects and kind of move them, that setup might take a long time, but I'm more interested in runtime performance than setup at the moment, so I'm not that worried. So uint 32 I is equal to this, total density divided by 2 plus I. So I'm going to throw this in, and we've got to figure out here what we want to do. So yes, that'll be the first, that'll be all the ducks, and we're just going to move them randomly because they're randomly placed and rotated randomly. This should, I don't know how bad, but this should make the engine kind of cry a little bit. So we'll see. Okay, so they are moving. Right, so it's actually not that bad. So the purple objects should be moving very slowly. Let's increase the speed just so we can see that a little bit easier. 64. Just kind of a couple of multiples. It's faster. Right, so start the game. Yeah, okay, so kind of looks like everything's moving. So obviously everything's just moving in an arbitrary direction. And if I... Okay. See ducks flying around in all different directions. Okay, this is like a decent scene, I think. We'll see. What's slowing us down here? Okay. Right, how do we want to do this? Okay, so the first thing I need to do is... I think it's slow enough that the game's got slow enough that we can probably start targeting things based on that. I also kind of curious if I bring it in the scene. I think it's everything's a bit too far away, so I'm gonna try and bring everything in a little bit. I hope that doesn't crash the physics engine. Okay, cool. Okay, so they are all moving in the same direction. Didn't quite realize. We can probably just take that, multiply it by a random direction, and we should have So if I just take, I don't know, float, rotate this. Actually, we can just multiply this like that, kind of like that. I can't imagine that's going to cause any issues. So that hopefully should fly everything kind of. No, that's I think we just got a random value. Hang on. So what do we get when you do this? I assume this would be random for each. Okay, there's no way of knowing that. So if I times that by... Again, this is just going to be the same thing, but I'm kind of wondering if the negativeness kind of cancelled it out. I actually don't know. We should be getting a random value. Maybe it's not big enough, so... What we need to do here is... So that limits the randomness value. So what we want to do, I think, is just multiply this by a larger value. So like 100. Don't know what that's going to do. Okay, so that's just... Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, honestly. So that's just me not allocating, deallocating things properly. Don't think it's important. So I'll just put 64 back in. It doesn't really matter. I'm not really that interested in this scene looking nice. Right. Okay, so that'll do. Faffing around with that, it's not that important. I'm kind of losing focus here. Right, okay, so... okay, so what do we want to do first? CPU or GPU profiling? I'll do CPU because it's on debug, I guess. We don't need this. This was just kind of a test. And I'm just going to record for a while so we can actually get some decent samples. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, get rid of that. Right, so we don't need anything else. So just start recording. I'm also going to record this. Okay, that is collecting. Cool. It's going to sit on the menu for a minute. What am I doing? I was like, I'll close this window. Oh, yes, that's the thing that... never mind. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, what am I doing? You're completely right. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Ratchet. Of course. Being stupid. This is why I have you guys here, so you can do the thinking for me. See, I don't need AI for that, you see. I can just offload my thinking to you guys, and... no, obviously not, but... yes, you're completely right. That was kind of stupid. I think release with debug is going to share the same thing. I still want the release with debug. Maybe it's a little slower, but I can't imagine it's going to be that much slower. Yeah. Modern solutions. Yeah, modern problems require modern solutions. I just have a... I just do something so aggravating that people have to chime in. I know that's not what you were doing there, Ratchet, but all jokes. Just letting this build. Yeah, I shouldn't really time this, should I? Or at least, yeah, I realize like I haven't been as strict with this because it's kind of like crept up on me this compilation time, but you know, we can probably read something. I'll search for my notes at least because that's... Yes, sampling doesn't work without debug symbols, but with release with debug, we should have those. So, where was this thing that I was looking for before? Why we wait for compilation? Oh yeah, that's it. We didn't push, didn't we? That was the problem. Yeah, I also think when it comes to... Oh yeah, that was just a rough note. When it comes to actually implementing this, I think what we might do as well is we might have a study session. Right, that's how you turn it on. I did wonder. I'll turn that on after, I think. Otherwise, we'll just have to restart. So we might do a... like writing notes for a while, if that makes sense. Because I do have renderers that have done these things before, but I need to like get that knowledge in here so I could do the revision on it. So yeah, which is a good thing to look at. Because the thing is, I can't quite remember how to build up good memory pipeline barriers for compute shaders. That was something I needed to add, I think, was kind of just at the... How much? Yes, okay, so... if you allocate the entire push constants buffer, you can push less than you don't have to worry about the sizing of what you're pushing to the push constants, meaning that different shaders can have different push constants content within them, as long as on the CPU side you're pushing the correct data, everything should work out. To switch these things around, you just change, let's say bind a different pipeline. Cool. Hope staging happens for all geometries. Sorry, MP / not MT. Yeah, I think I might be. I don't know what I'm on at the moment. Let's see. No, that's just the library itself. Get out there. What have we got? We are on. Which one is it? I always forget. Bear with me. I might have clicked past it. Oh, let's go to release for debug info, I guess. Is it not there? Okay. I thought it was. Okay. There it is. Okay, yeah, so... that's the runtime library. So... no, it's just the debug versus... right, I'm just going to change the music because we're getting repeated music. I added a couple of extra tracks. Let's go with... hadn't quite finished adding these, to be honest. Yeah, this is a sick track. Yeah, I think I might need to dig into this a little bit more than just changing it. Anyway, it isn't really important. As long as we end up doing something in the meantime, it doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. As long as we're getting better, right? Okay, so debug. But I think most people have talked... it's one of the things that people have talked about in the live stream, which is likely something I should fix, right? Right, hopefully we are recording. Very nice. Just let us run a bit. I'm just going to let this kind of... I can't really do anything until... I just want to see the main menu as well. In fact, let's just do it in 2 different bits. Yeah, let's just... I'm just going to let this run for at least 30 seconds. Maybe for... I'll probably go to 40. Hopefully that's got enough samples for the main menu. And then we'll kind of look over that briefly and then just kind of sweep it aside and then do another one, an actual good one, right? Okay, so stop collecting. And then we'll just completely skip over the main menu next time. Okay, can I rename this? That'd be nice. Because I don't want this. No, don't save. Is there a renamer? No, okay, never mind. I'll just pin it for now. We just have to remember that was that for now. It's not a big deal. We're just going to do 2 different ones anyway, so. Right, let's go. Relaunch the performance. Okay. Relaunch performance monitor options. Okay. Where are they? It's fine for now. I think I'm kind of complicating it a bit. I just all I need to do is this. This is all I need to do. Just kind of let the purple guys move through as they go home. Goodbye, ducks. May your flight home go well. It'd be nice if you were in different directions, but beggars can't be choosers. Again, this is more important, so I'm just gonna let this run a bit longer, like maybe a minute. I'm not going to disable the debug renderer just in case that's actually really not performance, you know. Goodbye, things. Oh. Goodbye, duck. Right, that's good. That should do it. Stop collecting. What's the FPS? I'll have to check in a moment. Mostly... Okay, so... Kind of what I expected, to be honest. Apply gravity job. Why is that taking so long? There's no gravity. So you have an atomic max. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, so where? So there's quite expensive functions in here. Okay, so let's start from the top. Let's start from the top. Main thread. And so this is the main function. Oh, it's in a different thread, of course. Whoops, no. Now this is threaded, so it's not exactly like obvious if this is slowing us down. But it is updating the acceleration structure, like a lot. Now, is this realistic? That's the next question I've got to ask. Is... Okay, so let me think about this for a minute. this was just kind of like a general idea. But I feel like if I let's just run this in Insight as well. This is actually going to be quite useful, I think, to know. So I am going to grab our. I'm going to be lazy right now. No, I'm not. I'm just going to take out, which is our general folder for testing geometry, testing things. Yeah, okay, it doesn't have anything, so I'm just going to have to copy the whole thing. So yeah, just bear with me while this copy happens. I don't think it's the end of the world, but it's going to take too long. So what I'm thinking here is like apply gravity gel. Why? None of them should have gravity. I literally turned it off. This is a very strange. Okay, cool. Why is there a way to turn off gravity? Because they are just moving in any old direction. So let's. I'm just going to quickly look at the. Hi, Emmanuel. Peace to you too. Yo. Yeah, so I'm going to have just a quick look at my when I construct the scene. When I set this up, I don't have any gravity. So why is the gravity? So I'm just going to see if there's something that I can say like, oh yeah, this object has no gravity to it. Because I swear I turned it off. I said gravity set to 0, 0, 0. Gravity factor 1. Okay, so only used when the body is dynamic and colliding. Override number of solver velocity 200 0 means that the default physics number of velocity steps. The number of iterators to be used. Yes, the other thing, there's no collision yet. Got the notification on my phone and said to show up. I'm about to play football game, so I'm going to be off. Oh, okay. Good luck on your footy game. Hopefully you have fun or win. I don't know what you're after. Both, hopefully. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck at whatever you're doing. May you crush your opponents. I don't know if that's relevant though. If you're playing against your little bro, it's probably he's like 5 years old. That would probably be a bad mindset. So let's just see. Okay, I'm just right. Concentrate. I need to concentrate. This is interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna say, do we? Okay. Do. Can we turn off gravity for dynamic objects in space? And the second question is, ask yourself. Not against little children. That's good to know. Ask yourself, do you want gravity? I'm gonna say no for now, but that might come back. It's a tournament at your uni. Oh, I see. Okay, good. Well, yeah, good. Yeah, hopefully you do crush them then. Now you got to yeah. And even if you were versing young children, as TT says, you've got to teach them that the world isn't fair, and kick them in the shin. Should have been born earlier, kid. Anyway, right. Okay, so question mark. Okay, so these are the two things. The next thing I want to do is test the end site. So let's get that up. That was the next thing I needed to do. We shall run this. Okay. Start new activity, and yeah, that sounds good. We just need to load the right object. So obviously I want to load exactly the same guy, which is this fella. And we'll start a GPU trace. Epic Gained Launcher. Oh yeah, terminate that. I don't know why that's in the way. It's literally because... Oh, for goodness sake. I know why that's the case. And we need to do this again, I just realized. Okay, so everything I just did... This is quite annoying. Well, it's not annoying, it's just a lesson learned here. I need to be careful here when I'm profiling both GPU and CPU. If I have all this debug stuff checked, it's going to be way slower. So yes, that's something I just realized. Minimize that for now, just to get to our projects easier. Let's unplug that, and okay, so comment out. Yes, yeah, my mistake, guys. I should have disabled all that. I didn't realize. Okay, I have a scene worth saving properly now. Now to not look at this code ever again. Oh yes, hopefully. Well done. Yeah, because I know how much you didn't want to do stuff. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling more motivated to solve that problem. Anyway, so let's... Right, I'm going to ignore the menu because who cares? I'm just going to do exactly the same thing again. If I can just launch this fella. Right, so now we'll have a comparison. It's like relevant. Yes, okay, so everything's way faster now. Because we are not constantly... Why is everything slow? Oh, that's why everything's slowed down. Oh, we're getting that horrible error though. We got a synchronization thing happening. It's not good. Well, anyway, yeah, because the profiler might have tripped us up here. Just wait for a couple of seconds to go by. Let's move down. Just gonna keep moving around just to make sure we're getting a good view of everything. What I'm seeing, by the way, is the seams of the skybox tearing apart, which is often a bad sign that everything's gonna break eventually. And I think it's partly due to the fact that I don't have any scene node. Sorry, I don't have any render pass stuff going. Not render pass, passes or anything like that. So interesting that it starts slow and gets way more chill. Interesting. I'm still interested in this because this is kind of good. We have graphics hook, which is fine. We have an atomic. We get world transform. Yes, this is expensive. Unfortunately, it's hard to avoid this when I want to get the world transform of an object. But anyway, let's go back. So when I was here, what was the most expensive thing here then? Nothing. Yeah, so the AA bodies AABB changed. Capsulate bounds. If bound changed, widen the... Okay, so this is, I assume, I think this is part of a, yeah, quad tree. Okay, yep, that makes sense. You know what, if an objects are going to sleep after a while, so it gets... Yes, that's exactly what's happened there. And I have purposely, if things do go to sleep, But that won't always be the case, but I don't know how many objects will be moving in the scene, so haven't quite decided yet. So anyway, let's so go in here. We have main, which is, you know, completely chill. So we have a lot of thread. Wow, okay, interesting. That really takes up most of that time. Holy. That's really surprising. So it's literally 80% the physics engine almost. So it's really important that I speed up the physics engine on the CPU side at least. Or at least try and get it to work better for our particular type of thing. Because at the moment, yeah, this physics engine is eating resources. You know, our stuff is super, like, trivial. Okay, so that's not free. So you could probably speed that up. Yeah, so it's building this quad tree, which is rebuilding this quad tree over and over again, which is expensive when things move. Time to reward myself out and write some Vulkan code. Yeah, go for it. If that's sometimes I feel the same way, to be honest. All right. Okay. So, what do I want to do next? Okay, so Insight is next, I think. We're just going to see how... so it should work. Press F12. F11, sorry. I'm just going to see how that looks in our thing. Right, so we are on... not surprisingly 3 milliseconds, which is still very good. We have an index draw call. You can probably look at these index draw calls and see how and what's being rendered here. So we have a pipeline and another pipeline. Interesting, that's... Okay, so we have VK draw, hang on. Oh, it is an index draw call. We have a what? Index draw, and then I probably guess a draw, like tiny amount right there, which is the skybox. Because we're just drawing a rectangle. Sorry, a cube. So we have our command buffers, and generally we have good utilization. I expected less GPU utilization, to be honest. But I think all the work that we've done in when we sped up the engine from, what is it, 16 frames per second to 5,000, it's still paying off. But yeah, there's probably something that we could probably improve here regardless. If I want to speed things up, what I'm going to do is turn on the physics and just see how that affects things. Because right now we don't have any physics yet. We have physics. We have things moving, but we don't have things working. Yeah, we don't. We have the physics engine moving things. We don't have any collision detection. That's what I'm trying to say. Love your vids, bro. Oh, appreciate that, dude. Welcome to the streams. Yes, I'm glad you liked that video. Well, the last one at least. Yep, we are all here trying to be better programmers. Why don't you use Jolt physics engine? I am using Jolts. Right now but I've disabled the physics in Jolt physics engine. So I'm going to turn that back on. And see how that affects performance, which is the next step. Because right now I'm trying to beat up the my game engine to see how I can improve performance and what needs to be implemented next. Yeah, so set gravity is definitely set to 0. What do we want to do here? We are trying to... Oh, that would be the contact listener, which is this thing here. So on contact listen, on valid contact listen, then we do things to be deleted, which I hope... Yes, we only have player here. Let me think here. If I have collision detection on for a layer, is this going to get triggered? Yeah, so let's do nothing for a moment for the contact listener. Right, so let's get rid of the case as well. Oh, thank you for the reactions. One moment while I finish my task at hand. Do you have any advice for someone who wants to implement marching cubes in Vulkan? Oh, I see. Right, no. Actually, I've never done that myself. There is a video on the marching cube algorithm. It's by... I don't know. Marching cubes is mostly a shader technique, right? As far as I'm aware. So I think you'd be okay just like looking up how to do marching cube, and then with your Vulkan knowledge be able then to apply it. That's what I would suggest doing, but again, I've never implemented that algorithm, so I could be a little bit wrong there, but right. Okay, so the next thing I need to figure out change is the yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? It's shader language related. So effectively, you'd want to here we go. That's what I need to do. This is going to turn things on. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so if you can get some shaders open, some 3D assets maybe. I don't even know if you need 3D assets, but okay. So this hopefully will maybe slow things even down even more. Do we have collision? I have no idea if anything collided. We should at least turn on the camera, right? It's kind of getting. Just do it, Firefed. Yeah, exactly. It's like that. It's like that. That terrible advice that you can get from. And it's obviously joke advice, but it's kind of funny. So if you want to play a guitar solo, all you have to do is play it really slowly and then speed it up, and then you're done. So yeah, it's almost like that bad tech. It reminds me of that, you know, draw 2 circles, then draw the rest of the L. But yeah, it sounds like, you know, to be serious, it does sound like you just need to know how to do that, how to handle Vulkan and deal with its Vulcanness, and then you can implement your shader that you are interested in. Okay, so we don't have... Yes, that's what we need to do. Right, let's see. Hopefully we now have a camera that we can move around. No-clip camera style. Yes, cool. So... absolutely no idea if anything collided. So what I'm going to have to do, I think, is I'm actually going to have to work out the change it so it is actually in random directions. So which is kind of awkward, but I don't think that's too much of an issue to fix. So if I use the random value from here, which is a I don't want to do this, it'll be too large. So I think this value is too small. So what I'm going to do is kind of do the same thing and just do speed. Because this hopefully will give us a random direction. Speed. And then what I'm going to do is increase this by 100 minus scene radiance, which is 100, right? So hopefully this gives us kind of like some random values to play with. Using rand in the year 2026 based. Yeah, I don't really need a complicated random number generator. I feel like it's like kind of pointless. For me anyway. So we want to see speed. Is there a watch here that I can get on? So if I get rid of this, speed. Okay, maybe not. Speed is undefined. I don't think it is. So I think we have to go to debug here briefly. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if I can get away with it, then I'm gonna use it. You know, if I was building like a competitive video game or something that truly relied on randomness, then you might want to have a different RNG for different things. Yeah, basically. It's like pick the thing. Okay, so minus 13 versus... Yes, that's perfect. They're all negative though, which is kind of... Is it always negative? Okay, so let's... Ah, right, obvious. Made the mistake. That'll fix it, hopefully. Hopefully we'll get different values. Between 100. Yep, 39. Yes, perfect. That's exactly what we need. So now we have random directions. So where would that go? I've completely forgotten. Oh, I'm an idiot. I think I put it in the wrong place. Yes, I could put it in the complete wrong place, but that's fine. It's the same maths anyway. Yeah, single global one, yeah, for everything. Alright, cool. So what we need here is speed. So it doesn't really matter which direction it's going as long as it's going in a different direction each time. So that should hopefully... yep. Kind of looks the same direction, same two different directions, to be honest. This is very... So we do have a random direction here. So are we really going to have to do this for each? Fine. This is a terrible name. No, but I'll change it to X, Y, and Z in a minute if it works. Yay! Cool, finally. Random directions. Okay, cool. Let's pray that it's something collides. But that's good, because that's going to be harder for the physics engine, I think. Okay, so let's just see. Nope, they're not colliding. So I think we need to do another change, but that's good. We've done something right. We've actually changed the directions. I think we need to go back into the physics and then mess around with the... This, I think. We also want to say true. Yeah, true, I think. I think that should be good. Now, hopefully this doesn't chug everything to oblivion, but that's kind of what we're doing here. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so... I don't see anything passing through anything. Oh. Does that move? No, that just went in front of something. You know what? Let's do the obvious here and then decrease the size of the geometry so we can actually see what's going on. That will make our lives a little bit easier. I didn't quite see anything passing through any object, but I need to see bounce off objects. Yes, read, write, and rust when I guess When I get my programming socks in the mail, I'll give it a shot. But until that day, I guess I can't really do it properly. Is that going to collide? Is anything going to collide? I can't see. I might make everything a duck and just see if it collides. Anything collides with anything. Okay, obviously I don't want to make it too small, but... Ugh. Oh. Did they collide? I think they did, actually. Right, one more time. No, but this one I'm going to make it 200. So we've got more chances of collisions. I can confirm you can't code Rust without programming socks. Yes, exactly. It's like having not having a safety hat. It's absolutely necessary. Collide. Do something. Instead of just going in a circle. Okay, I'm going to make it 1,000, I think, maybe. Are you colliding? Alright, one more. I don't want to make it too small because I don't want all the static geometry to collide with itself, which just... I just take that... Oh man, that just like... It's the worst. Because that does make everything go super slow, so... Oh, is that going to collide with that? No. It's like everything's avoiding everything. It's crazy. You gonna... No. Okay, so... Right, one more. I think it's safe to go up to like 800 and that's about it. Rust has been advertised a lot, yes. Indeed. It is extremely popular. Oh, the objects are passing through each other. Okay. That's all I needed to see. And that's small enough, I guess, that things... I swear I had it all set up properly. Hang on. As far as I understand, if you don't want it to collide, you kind of do this, right? So I'm just going to say true. Yeah, I don't know. I should collide. I want everything to collide, please. It's fucked up. Can't code. My programming socks are in the wash. Yeah. I figured on that one. There's like bubble simulator. You're in the bath and you've come on, do something. Oh wait, I think that moving did collide. Hang on. Are you gonna collide, please? No, it went through the rock. Okay, so the ducks are colliding with each other, fine, but they're not colliding with the rocks at all. Okay, that's interesting. Interesting. Right. Okay, so I don't know why that's the case. It's like they're not solid. It does seem to help with quite a few problems. Yeah, it does. Some people are like grasshoppers indeed. Yeah, for the people who don't know what we're talking about, there's for some reason there's this joke. I don't know where it came from. It probably came from 4chan. I actually don't know. Where you wear these like thigh-high socks that are like pink and black, but they're striped. And for some reason, because they're like really girly, right? And for some reason they're called programming socks, and that's what you need to wear when you're programming. It's kind of funny. So that's kind of, you know, just for the people who don't know, that is the joke. Are you telling me that the ducks don't collide with the asteroids? Devastating news indeed. They're just going through, ignoring everything. And I don't know why. I thought it was a Reddit thing. I actually have no idea where it came from at all. I just know memes are... Yeah. And it is true that some... It's a bit of a stereotype, but Rust programmers seem to be that type of person that would wear programming socks. Not Nothing wrong with that, obviously, but, you know, that's like, it's just a bit of a stereotype. Maybe I'm projecting here. Maybe I actually am wearing programming socks. Just don't tell anyone. Mr. Duck, a second. Yeah, it's not collided with an asteroid. It is sad. There is certainly something on fire outside. My goodness. It's been smelling of burning something. Anyway, don't think it's in the flat because I have a fan going, blowing air everywhere. Right, so why aren't you colliding? I've got you all set to true in layer 1. Okay, let's just check the scene is not like disabling disabling collision or something. Right, okay, so ducks have lobbied asteroids not to collide, I see. Ah, damn. Yeah, so this is not moving, they're static. They're on different layers, which makes sense because that's how it works. You say one is static, one is dynamic. And you only move the dynamic ones. Hang on a minute. Shouldn't this be... No. No, it is 20, okay. But they are rigid bodies. They are supposed to be solid. It's not like I set them up to not be solid. Yeah, I still think it's to do with the physics engine itself, just not accepting the collision detection. Because the ducks are colliding with each other, but just not with the... In layer 1... I think the... What is the original code? Return 2 is moving. Yes, okay, that is probably more accurate. Let's run this again. Let's see, so we have... I don't think it's going to change anything, but still it's worth a shot. Yeah, no, it just went through there. Yeah, and that's just going through every single... Alright, the reason I need to have this like kind of work is I want to have like collision detect... Okay, so is it accurate? Okay, I don't think it's that accurate to say that I'm going to have that many collision detections in this game I have in my head, right? Alright, okay, so I'm going to say, despite it not working the way I want, I think we've got kind of close to what, for our case anyway. Let's just say yes to the music, wherever it is. Where have I put it? Oh, yep. Four Hearts is playing. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that actually. Yeah, because so the reason I wanted to do that is because I want to see how bad the physics engine. So let's make the physics engine chug a bit. Because they are colliding with each other. All I need to do is just reduce the scene size. In fact, what I could even do... Okay, that's not going to be realistic. I was going to say just render all docs, but that's just going to be unrealistic. Right. So the debug scene, we have... what do we want to do here? Yeah, we're just going to make it a little smaller. So 500. I think the 500 was the limit when I did this. It kind of like... I don't think I'm ever going to get this type of collision detection activity again. And in fact, what I can do is, to help myself a little bit, is randomize the colors of the dock's collision geometry in at least one dimension. Let's just see how that goes. Because that's going to be from 0 to 1, I think. Oh, hang on. It's going to be negative. Yeah, so we want to kind of do it like that, actually. Kind of like that, right? Just for now, anyway. And what did I do here? Okay, it's fine, and it's not fine because we're missing an extra brace. Cool. Let's see. So what do we have? We have kind of different color stuff. This is so we don't go insane. Still a lot of pink. Yeah. Okay, so let's add some extra. That's good. And I kind of want to keep one color the same just so we don't end up yellow. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Okay, so I'm just going to look for... just going to speed up the collision detection one more time as well, just so I can see the when we increase the speed. It's going to do 200, so it's going to be 100 either way. That's originally what I wanted, but obviously we need to move in two different directions. So we need negative, so this is what this is about. When another Linux stream? Linux streams are few and far between, admittedly. Because it's just not as convenient to debug. There's not... and I don't know it as well. So often it's like I've done a lot of work on Windows, then I do a Linux stream for a couple of weeks. Well, not a couple of weeks, a couple of goes. Okay, cool. That'll do. That's my Windows noise for some reason. Okay, so speed X, speed Y, and speed Z. Yeah, I know it's not as cool operating system, but you know, I might. Now I think about it, I might do more Linux stuff because I feel like my Linux skills can be improved if I just used it more. Right. Okay. So that should be everything I'm interested in. Yep. Okay. So they're still going through the rocks, but whatever. Right. Let's. Oops, my Windows noise. And we are going to rerun this guy. So let's get rid of these two and don't save. I deleted Windows 10 completely, only Linux. Go for it, man. What I think I'm going to have to do, unfortunately, is spend a load of money on upgrading my computer in the worst time ever for buying computer parts. And move to Windows 11 eventually. Or get enough for Windows 12, I guess. This is going to be very annoying. and very expensive. That's going to eat into my savings. Alright, so let's see how this is affecting things. I don't know if this is going to make things take longer to do. Okay, so I'm gonna, before everything goes to sleep, I am going to stop the collecting. Right. Yeah, £1,000 RAM time indeed. Ugh. I think my RAM's okay, but still, it's very annoying to think about. Yeah, it's just JDH, which is kind of what I expected, to be honest. Where's this song? I can't even remember adding it. Oh, yeah, okay. Just the job system, operator, main thread. It's just all the physics engine that's eating the time, as I would expect, but this is like more... Yeah, find collision pairs. Okay, so it is actually doing collision. So when we're actually doing collision, we can see, and compared to our stuff, yeah, our main loop is like not even close. Even update quad tree is relatively low. So this is considerably slower doing this. Yeah, nowadays the prices are ridiculous. I really hope that's why I'm clinging on to Windows 10 for as long as possible. Despite its general infamy, Apple computers are affordable, actually. Oh, are they? Right now. I wonder if they're eating a loss. That's what seems like PlayStation are doing. Might have to pump out videos talking about AI for like a couple of weeks just to be able to afford one stick of RAM. Yeah, make the same video over and over again. Try and get that ad revenue. All right, so fortunately, because of our threading, I think it's a percent self unit. It's going to be like a pointless activity, this, but I want to see like how expensive this is to run. We haven't changed anything to the shader, have we? So this is just called void, so that's what we're looking at. Okay, so it hasn't been updated. So what are we on? Release? Oh, debug. Okay, so that was complete waste of time. Consoles, pretty much common. Yeah, sold. Oh, aren't they? I thought the consoles were across the board all eating losses and then trying to sell you on stuff. All right, so not minimum build. That would be stupid. There we go. Have you worked on online games? You would need an interact with Linux setup and configure servers. I haven't actually worked with online stuff, honestly. That's true. You're getting locked into an ecosystem. Oh, 20 to 30k. I don't want to think about it. Oof. Oh, this is still open. Let's do that again. Let's build and run just for now. No, I haven't done any networking really. Okay, there we go. That's fine. It's perfect actually. So I haven't actually had to do any of that kind of stuff. But you are right. But I think it does bring up a good point actually when it comes to Linux. When it comes to Linux, the only way to get good at Linux, right? It's a super obvious statement of the year, is to use it. And I think it might be one of these things where I kind of I end up kind of developing on it just to get better at using it rather than things like that. Samsung Micron were all investigated by the same Department of Justice. Really? For cartel pricing. That was 20 years ago. They're doing the same thing again. Jeez. Actually, I heard they're being sued again for price fixing. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a fun time to be someone who needs to build a PC. If only Microsoft decided that Windows 10 was the final operating system. What a big load of lies that was. Anyway, it's not like Microsoft lies about stuff. I don't know why I. It's like the first time they've ever lied about something. Really, it's kind of a bit heartbreaking. Right, let's bring this up. Void is there. Let's just try and get this over here so we can see it. So we don't lose it. And we actually need to be able to see the CPU. We're only interested in CPU at the moment. So let's just see how bad that gets. Because I'm wondering if it's because of the threads. That's what I'm kind of looking at this. Like overall, okay, that's good. We're not CPU locked, which is kind of what I was worried about. I was worried that we would get like a. Okay, because that's the multi-threading kicking in, I think. And then everything goes to sleep, and I assume it goes back to like really low. Yes. Okay, that's actually cool. I wanted to build a PC last year after seeing the prices. I'm still using my laptop. Yeah, it's tough. I really hope they do get sued and they bring down the prices of stuff. I fortunately did buy a decent GPU just before everything went absolutely insane. And I do have decent... Well, how much RAM do I have, actually? I don't even remember. I think it's 64. It's more the motherboard. The problem is I need to buy new RAM based on the CPU, which is the problem. Because if I'm going to buy a new motherboard, I'm going to have to buy a new CPU and RAM. Because I have an Intel i7, 870. And that 64 gigs of RAM is not going to be any use, for a new motherboard and a new CPU. I did buy a Switch 2 recently, but I'll wait to get a better PC, I think. Yeah, it's probably wise. I mean, I'm going to try and hold on to this Windows 10 build as long as I can. I'm probably going to go to Internet of Things. But Internet of Things long-term supports for basically security. But outside of that, it's dead frustrating as well because, sorry to rant a bit. Let's pause the timer because I'm not really doing anything. What's frustrating about it is the only thing I don't have on my computer is that silly chip for encryption. Like, I just don't have that motherboard. Like my laptop, which is sitting here, can go to Windows 11. It actually keeps trying to go to Windows 11. Yeah, the TPM. Yeah, it's that's all I'm missing. Literally, it's like I have TPM. I think version 1 or something. Like my computer, I think is perfectly capable of running, even if it's bloated, right? Windows 12, right? Yeah, but maybe the CPU is a bit old. Yeah, you could argue that, but I think in general, it's like generally a half decent PC, right? I'm pretty sure you can modify your iOS and remove the... Oh, okay. TPM2 requirements. Do you lose some features though? I heard that's what ends up happening. But effectively, that's what I might end up doing then. I might end up just forcing Windows 11 on, assuming that I don't get a broken Windows 11 that doesn't work, because then that would be worse than having a out-of-date Windows 10. Maybe I should dual boot and see if it works or something. Excuse me, I need some water. I think I'm going to head to the loo as well, real quick. Oh. On the upside, my back is starting to feel better. Ugh. My neck, though, is sore. Oh, dear. Don't get injured. That's what I recommend. Don't get injured, guys. A long time ago, I got injured. In a really stupid way. Trying to do a handstand press-up in my early 20s. Yeah, don't do that. I mean, I could do them, but I just got really tired and then fell weird. Anyway, you don't lose features, just games that require TPM support aren't going to play. Okay, right. That's good to know, actually. Thank you, Bad Gaming. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I'm just going to head to the loo. Yeah, just thinking about the games that might not play. I think the only game that might be worth trying to look into, see if it works, because I'm not going to play Valorant or Fortnite or anything like that, is Rocket League. Just to see if Rocket League still works. Because that'd be kind of sad if that, for some reason, needs TPM support. But yeah, that might be an option for us in the future. Right, okay, so let's start our timer again and think about what we're going to be doing next. Okay, so as far as I'm aware, we're at 35%-ish CPU usage. I don't think we're locked on the CPU at all. I think we can, like, try to improve things, but I think what I'm going to see is when I run the... if I make a new start activity. And I press F12 here, or F11. And I open that. Despite us spamming the physics engine to death, because we have it threaded, yeah, we basically got... somehow we've got even less. That would be the small triangle thing, right? We don't really have any small triangles here, and I think there's a lot of like things in the way of our scene that we had down here. But I think generally, what I was nervous about was, you know, this being like super long, like to here, like super flat GPU usage. So there are a couple of things. Let me just check something real quick. I think what we need to do is open this up in RenderDoc just to see what the VK draw indexed is about. And I honestly expected, doing what I've just done, I expected more issues, honestly. I expected a lot more issues. I've got to think. I've got to think because we have a lot of random index draw calls here, and I think something is being drawn that isn't here. Yeah, I think there's something that's like pointlessly being drawn. trying to fix something in the flat. Anyway, back. Okay, so this kind of makes me think. After kind of looking at profiling stuff for a bit, I think I'll just check RenderDoc real quick because it is kind of useful to know. It is good to know these things. Is there any waste at the moment? I'm not going to say my engine is proficient, is, you know, well written or anything like that. But I am surprised. Oops. I am surprised that my my renderer isn't choking. Sure. Hopefully this doesn't take any time. So what I expected, honestly, with like doubling the amount of things on this in this scene, was to absolutely like choke on something. But really, there's nothing here. Because of the threading in the physics engine, we can push the physics engine quite aggressively. We don't have any... so I'm just going to release with debug. Rel with debug. It should be right. Nope. It's my Windows noise. Oh, info, of course. Okay, so it's going to start a capture obviously when we're here. We're just going to look through the draw calls real quick. And yeah, this is the, if we go to texture viewer, like what is happening here? Why are we getting these things? Do not understand this at all. Because there's literally nothing on the screen. And then we do this, which is the docks. Then we do this, which is the rocks. Then we do this, which is the collision geometry. And then we do this, which is the skybox. We shouldn't have all this stuff. I don't really know why this is here. I like drawing something that we don't care about with different materials. And obviously the... oh, we're drawing a rectangle. Oh, yeah, that because we were in the middle of... getting a billboard to work, so that's what that's there for. Anyway, so I'm just going to investigate my engine just briefly and just try and figure out what that draw is trying to do. I think I know what it is. I think I've kind of left it. In fact, I could just render doc again and just move back, but I think... yeah, let's just do this. This is going to be a little quicker if it works. Now, obviously, the frame rate's going to tank because I'm doing this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is launch it. No. Sorry, what is it called? How do I capture a frame again? There we go. So it should be rendered here. Yeah, so there's nothing really being rendered. And that's this. Which, yeah, these get rendered fine. And yes. Alright. Let's get some water. Okay. What I need to do then is... so I'm going to close that. And... Let me think. Yeah, okay, so go to scene. What are we rendering here? Yeah, I had a feeling we were rendering this. Why is this getting rendered though? Is this anywhere else? Models. Yeah, I don't understand why we're rendering a type that's not used, which is kind of confusing. I think I need to figure out a way to figure out what... Yeah, because we're rendering something that's just never going to be there, which is just a mistake in my renderer. Which we can improve, because we don't want to render everything that's ever existed. Because if I had spawns in here, it would just like tank everything to oblivion. I think, anyway. So when we're rendering our models, we go... yeah, so we go through every single model type. And the problem is that we only need to be... Yeah. That's not going to work because every single model that we have in the model array is going to try and be rendered here, which is not right. Okay, so if I have a scene... Now, we could have like some extra data in here, like models, which I believe is just... We could just say, you know, is active or something. Because this is not used anyway, so... And just kind of like skip over it. I think that'd be the easiest usage. To just not draw things. But I'm just thinking, is there a smarter way to not even have them in the array to begin with? I mean, I could rely on myself to be very strict here. Okay, so there's two ways of doing this, right? One... okay. I've got Mike Acton in my ear right now, and he's yelling at me for using a boolean in a struct, right? And he's saying, do you know... at compile time, what models are going to be in your scene? And if the answer is yes, then why do you need to know if a model is active or not? Because if I have a different level, for example, let's just say I have like level 1, 2, 3, 4, and I have different models for each level, which makes sense, right? Then I would know at compile time, based on that alone, what models are being rendered. So I think, based on that alone, actually I think we can get rid of this very easily. I can argue in my own head that we already know what the data type is, and we don't actually have to worry about this boolean. We can get rid of that boolean completely. I think that's what I want to do. The ghost of Mike Acton past. Yeah, for example, Valorant. Oh, I'll explain in a sec. Yeah, you got to put on a red shirt when you quote him. That's the rules. Oh yeah, I've only got a grey one. Oh, disappointed. Needs to be Hawaiian too, I guess. Yeah, so I think I can be very strict with myself here and be like, okay, so we're only rendering these guys. We have a metal duck, which has got a metal material, and a rock. That's it. Right. Yeah, so for those who didn't hear earlier, in my 20s, I was really into calisthenics. And that's just like, you know, body weight exercises. And I was like training to do handstands. I could like kind of do a handstand. And I was like, I'm going to go and do a handstand press up until I can't do it anymore. And I was training these for like a couple of weeks. And I fell because, by the way, don't do this, it's very silly. I was training to failure in using handstand press-ups. And the downside of training to failure with handstand press-ups is that you can't bail out of them safely because you're too weak. And that's effectively what happened. I kind of like fell weird. And my shoulder kind of my shoulder blade kind of spine area, that kind of upper middle back, kind of got injured, and it's never been the same ever since. Anyway, I'm back alive from North Korea. Wow, welcome back from North Korea. Ah, it's fine. It's just, you know, being alive. You kind of do stupid stuff when you're young. I was like 22 or something. I just got to make sure that I don't make it worse, which I have recently. I chipped a tooth doing a handstand. I agree. There is no recovery if you fail. Exactly. What made you think that was a good idea? I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. And now, if I do anything silly in the gym at all, then with my back, then it flares up again. But I think it's okay. So it is being used. Is model. Okay, so I think we can safely say that yes, it is a model. Yes, this was like an older idea. Oh no, wait. Give me a sec. Did I store this out of bounds? I can't remember actually. No, I didn't. Okay, so we need a debug model. So yeah, so I'm going to do that now because that's like an easy fix. Yeah, please be careful with handstands. Don't recommend trying to do handstand press-ups for no reason. Load model. Okay, so we have a. What's the difference here? We actually have. I think we have two different functions. Load collider. Yep. Okay, so let's do this then. So instead of load collider, that's actually going to make our life a lot easier. Actually, so we're going to take that out. Struct. Alright, debug model. So this is just a completely different type of model. I'm going to load that in there, and when we go to here, I'm going to take you and move you below everything, and then figure out what we need to do based on that. And then shut down things and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so debug model. Let me just throw this in. Which one has done more damage to your body, working out or programming? Yeah. I think before I started working out, my lower back used to get sore. That's because I was just sitting down so much. So, yeah. There has been some damage, but I think it has been working out. Has been the most damaging. Okay, so we have model path. We have all this stuff, which is the same. And we have those three. Okay, that's pretty much all we need. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hang on. Let's bring this back. Did the wrong thing here. There we go. And now we can put this in here. Fantastic. Okay, so we just need that. We need the same function twice, which I think we can make global, or like a private function. I think. Let me see. Kim Jong was about to execute me. Ah, thank God. I had a Mozart Chinese version. I see, to exercise him. Would recommend having a Mozart Chinese on your backpack. Right. Okay. Very good. It sounds like a cool adventure, but I'll probably just avoid going there in general. How about that? Right. Okay. So, to not repeat myself, can I get away with having this not a member function. And having the data kind of that's it. That's how, yep. Too busy on a Steam machine. Where are you from? Your accent sounds amazing. Thanks. From the UK. Yeah, it's funny when people say my accent sounds good because I'm surrounded by people who sound like me, so I don't really. It's not like I do appreciate the comment. Obviously, I just think it's kind of funny because like everyone sounds like I do that I talk to on a daily basis. So it's like someone said to me it was quite funny about my accent a while ago that I sound trustworthy. I just laughed out loud because there's just someone online, right? That's like it's kind of funny because like everyone who I talk to sounds like this, so it's like if I thought everyone who sounds like me is trustworthy, then I wouldn't get very far. I'd get in trouble pretty quickly. Right. Ooh, no, that's not good. We've got an extra thing here that we don't want. Cool. Okay, so let's bring this in. Okay, so I actually I don't hear the UK accent. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, my it's a lovely compliment. I'm not going to say that. Oh, you like my voice, girl. But you know, because I hear it so much, it's just like I don't think about it at all. Right, so we don't have this anymore. This, get rid of this. Go like this. There we go. Fantastic. Magnus. Yeah, Magnus Carlstein. Accent approved. Yes, there you go. Right, so let's see. So we have a shutdown. I think everything's good. Yes, we don't have a debug model, just always going to be like that. The setup model is a bit tricky because I want to obviously keep the interface the same, but I need to initialize data. I don't think it's relevant for each object, to be honest, but so I wonder if I can do this. Yeah, bear with me here. This is going to be a bit of an experiment because this is going to require me to do a couple of things. So we have a... Yeah, so we have the allocators here. There we go. I sound like a chess guy. Yeah, my chess elo is like 600, by the way, so I definitely don't have the skills to play chess. It's like I got obsessed with it for like 2 weeks and never played it again, basically. Then I'm like, oh, I'm going to take it really seriously, and then I don't take it seriously at all. So yeah, I can definitely take a thrashing in chess. Right, so, okay, so local variable. So we node matrix. Now my question is, do these need to be pair object? That's my next question, because these are allocated. When are they used? Because if I can get away with not using them, that would be fantastic. Yeah, okay, so this is actually really good. So I have a feeling that I can do that. As far as I can tell, If I just reorganize my code a little bit, the shutdown command for these nodes or whatever can be put in the setup function, which is nice. So here, like that, right? And let's see, so node parents, and then what is this for? Yeah, so we don't use it anywhere else, so I don't know why we're shutting it down in this function at all. Which just means we can make them local variables, which means that we have less dependencies between these functions, which is nice. Playing Magnus Carlsen until I cry. That is what my YouTube, that is what my For You page on YouTube. Oh yeah, Gotham chess vids, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's actually really good. So if we take out these fellas, this is going to make my code so much easier to handle. Basically trying to do what I want anyway. So if I throw these in here and then kind of do initialization, we should have no complaints. Oh dear, why are you here? Very annoying. Okay, so node stack is needed. And no stack. Okay, so we have 2 node stacks. God dang it. Right, what are we trying to get out of here? Maybe we can pull it out a different way. Did you learn this coding stuff all by yourself? Yeah, pretty much. No, I didn't buy any courses. I recommend books over courses. And if you're just getting started, I recommend articles over books because they're just free. And YouTube videos and like websites are like good to start with, and then books are later. Books are good for later on when you're a bit more, when you know a bit more and you're a bit more dedicated and you've got a bit more time to spend on this on learning stuff. Yeah, books are sick. This song is so peak. Do 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 do. Okay, so I want this mesh out of here based on the node count, which is fine. Okay, so I have seen some courses from big companies say be a professional C++ developer. Yeah, it's I think the only course personally that I'd pay for, and it's quite expensive, so I don't recommend it, is Pluralsight. I've briefly looked into that, and that was like a legit C++, a legit way to learn C++, but it's like hundreds of pounds, right? It's not cheap at all, and you can learn C++ many different ways, and you don't have to use that website. But outside of that, courses that people offer are pretty bad. Like on Udemy and stuff. But yeah, it's just too expensive to recommend. What do you mean? Just ask Claude to build me a 2 million B2B software sales, infinite money. Exactly. Exactly. I'm solo building a full stack point of sale management APP. Do you mean API? No. Wrote almost 50 lines of code in the last 1.5 months. Yeah, sounds kind of inhuman. Hell yeah, brother. Well, good luck on that, dude. Some sleep deprived stuff. That's really cool. Yeah, keep going. Books are more efficient. Yeah. There are some quality free books. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's some quality free. I should mention that. Yeah, there are I'm talking only about paid for courses. If you've got a free course, then that's probably chill. Like free ones are completely fine. Where's our playlist gone? Music, music, music. There we go. Right, let's continue. So we want this guy. No, this guy. Our node matrix, which builds up our matrix. It's not the animated matrix, by the way. Now we could return a pair, but I don't really want to do that. Because, okay, so we need to be able to go through this multiple times, depending on how many sub meshes there are. This is a bit misleading. This is not node index really. It's like each sub mesh has its own position, which you need to work out, and then you need to have it has its own materials. So yeah, we do need node stack. We don't need the other two though. So I think what we can do is just pass that in and kind of build up the node stack that we would need. Or we could return a struct that has the data in, which is kind of what I'm tempted to do, to be honest, instead of a standard pair. Because that would be more beneficial. I'm making it an open source... sorry, I think I missed something. You pay only once. Even the creator C++ says you cannot be a professional in 4 to 6 months. Yeah, that makes sense. I totally agree with that, to be honest. I'm making an open source feature engineering pipeline in Rust, similar to how scikit works on Python. Is it going well? Hopefully that's going well for you. Thanks for the sub, dude. Always appreciated. Let me just get some water. All right, so. It's a pain. Is it a live action movie then? Or a game? Or a standard pair API? Yeah, standard pair API is annoying. So what I'm going to do is just make my life easier by just doing a struct here where we just have two things that return. So project setup. No, oh no, we can't do that. Okay, so I was no. Okay. No. Okay. So node stack does need to be global to stuff. I don't think I can avoid that. So this needs to go here, and that needs to be yes, int it. This needs to be removed. Okay, cool. Okay, so that we can't avoid that. This is kind of key to how everything works. So what do we have down here? Why is this complaining? Oh yeah, setup. Which is unfortunate, but it's still better than it was, so let's keep going. What else can we get rid of? Resource name buffer, so we have the heap and system allocator. Not that important. Current index buffer for submesh, and the dummy sampler if you don't have any textures. And the instance count. So I don't need these two either. Now, let's try and rip out. Okay, so we don't really need a sampler. We don't have any textures. You're thinking here, right? We shouldn't have anyway. Yeah, so that's kind of pointless. In the debug scene, we could get rid of these. These are just like 8-bit pointers that don't do anything really. We don't need this. Oh, I'm deleting the wrong stuff. Sorry. Sorry, wrong struct. Okay, so we don't need the dummy sampler. We don't need images or sample handles. Yeah, we don't need those at all. Back once more. Hello, welcome back. But you have something like anonymous. Yeah, I was thinking that. The problem is, I would need to return an array of something. Is that still a good idea? Hang on. Yeah, we still could make a struct with one array and one pointer. No, I'm going to try and stick it out, just because it's kind of inconsistent, the way things are going to updated, so the object's going to be kind of awkward to pass around. Alright, so what I'm going to try and do, though, is just get out the structs data. Sorry, the arrays data. We'll see how that works. I think I'm just going to do a pass by reference, because that's pretty much what we need to do. Okay, and then I think we can rip everything out, which is nice. Okay, so here's the idea anyway. So we take you out, and I don't mind cutting, to be honest. So we take the setup function, make it basically a static within our fella, kind of like this. We don't need so invalid buffer. We set up mesh draw here. Final matrix. So we need it is true that it's standard pair. I don't ever see the need for standard pair, to be honest, unless you're working with a map. A standard map is pretty annoying. You should have to use pairs, but you know, it is what it is. That might be new, that may be different in newer C++ standards, but that's what I remember. Okay, so we need current index buffer. Does that build up here? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so we don't need that. So yeah, one thing at a time here. So we need I have a feeling that yeah, we don't need to put this here, because I don't think we use it here. That'd be really handy. Yep, we don't use this here. That'd be good. Cool. Take out and stick this here. So this would basically just be below anyway. So, and that's pair object. So I think do we need mesh draws for the other thing? Mesh draws, yes. Okay, right. So now we have that. Yeah. So we do use it. Fantastic. Okay, next is we don't need them. We do need node stack, which will pass as an argument, but I'll come back to that in a second. Final matrix. Books are really good if you want deep study, bruv. But courses are just walkthroughs. That's a good way of putting it, actually, yeah. But if you want deep, big, goody knowledge of Python, that's what books are made for. Or anything. C++, like anything, deep study is for books. I like that, yeah. But I'm too lazy to come up with good names. Alright, so let's just check something real quick. Yeah, let's just check something real quick. Just to make sure something on Discord is good. Just take me no time at all. Nice. Okay. So final matrix, where do we use this? I think we only use it in here, so we could probably work it out. Or just return it. I don't think it's that important. But we do need, if we were to do that, we do need to be in this loop. which is going through each node, and we need to do it ahead of time. Let me think. What's good here? I mean, we could just do a second loop. And I'm going to say no and just see. I don't know. So I'm thinking there's two arguments here. We can get rid of this. We don't need these. If you wanted to do the system allocator, these need to be for, this is just convenience sake anyway. Outside of this, oh, I've gone past it. So we need to, needs to be in, excuse me, one moment. Yeah, otherwise we just get null pointer access and just everything kind of cries. And same with the debug version, which is, okay, it's the shutdown command down here. I think these are still used, yes. Okay, so next is, so we have two things left. And I think at the very least we need to have a, no, not a constant, that's exactly what we don't want. So we want CGLTF node. Node stack, and then CGLTF node. CGLTF node. But this needs to be a reference so it can actually be modified. And I'm going to do it for the final matrix as well. I don't think it's that, like, important. We'll see how that works anyway. Final matrix. So it is initialized, it is built. Get rid of this. And we're just going to do system allocator anyway. For that. What is this? This is not a pointer. Nope. Cool. And what else? After deleting that, there's probably going to be more errors. So allocator, yep. Just going to use the global singleton pattern here. You, and you all need to be references because you want pointers. I don't know why I didn't make this a pointer, to be honest, but anyway. It's not the end of the world, it's just an extra ampersand. Okay, next is expression must be modifiable. Courses work if they have exercises, same with books also. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, I proved that, TT, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Learning anything is less efficient if you don't do it yourself. Working with nodes, time to put in full stack dev into your CV, exactly. Yeah, I'm basically a node expert. I passed the who is JSON test. I found out who he was. That's all you need to become a web dev. Just figure out who is JSON. Alright, so this is not modifiable. Oh, that's why, because it's not the same value. That should fix that then. Yes, next is... So we have final matrix. So we want node stack and final matrix. Same with you two. You come with me. And... no programmer understands how to come up with good names. Yeah, it's pretty based. I don't know, escape point's good, in my opinion, but the downside of being called escape point is people call you esc point for some reason, every now and again. I think it's quite funny, but there we are. Like Grumbus, the Lumbus Studio. Ah, perfect. Is that name taken? I might steal that. Right, okay, so let's just see. Now we can store these out of bound. Yes, I've duplicated, I've increased my code considerably to get rid of one boolean. And that is what I call based. So debug model and debug models aren't the same thing, thank goodness. I might call this debug model type, to be honest. Yeah, so let's just change that. Oops, nope, that's S. Let's find all the... Okay, so we got debug models. Where is it used? Yep, that's chill. Let's replace everything. Debug model type, because that's actually what it means. Cool. Escape point noted. There we go. Yeah, I wrote that down in my secret notebook. It's in my dream journal with everything else. Alright, okay, so now it's possible that I've completely balked this up and everything's just going to break. So that is an entire possibility and I'm totally prepared for it. So, but at the same point, we've improved cache locality on our structs. Let's go to debug so we can see more issues. Right, let's see what happens. I was struggling to separate assets from GPU resources, especially textures. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So, mate, I gotta go. Bye. See you, man. Have a good rest of the day, whatever you're up to. I'll see you soon, hopefully. Let's just see if everything blows up. Everything blows up. Okay, cool. What have we got here? We've got... Oh, right. Okay, so we're trying to initialize something with a null allocator, which is a very dumb idea. And I've also made that same mistake as well in the debug thingamajiggy. You got a French accent for 1 second. Yeah, my throat is sore. That's what's happening. Someone has been burning stuff, so my throat's got sore. Talking a lot, and someone's decided to burn the whole garden. It was wafted into my flat. Isn't good. It is what it is, though. Okay, cool. Fantastic. I don't know if that's going to speed up performance, but I very much like what we've been doing today. I knew today would be a bit of a refactor anyway, so I'm kind of happy about that. We should try and get rid of this error, though. I don't know where this is coming from. Oh, that makes sense, right? This is kind of awkward because this only really happens when I need to shut down the player, and if there's no player, then like there isn't right now. There isn't a single player. It should. Oh, we got some bytes left. Speed is undefined. No. What's the output say? So we've got past that. Yes, but what's the? How many bytes have we missing? What are we missing? Are we in release? Like, why can't I see this? Right, I'm just gonna watch. Stats. What have we got here? Brother. So that's why everyone in France smokes. Can't have the accent without smokes and inhalation, exactly. You actually smoke to cope with being French. Damn. I got this is a long time ago now, but I actually got banned from a Discord server for being racist because I was making jokes against French people. So ever since then I've been like, oh, okay, I gotta be a bit careful here. Can't make too much fun of French people. It was like a language learning Discord. It's a very I think it was a bit of a hug box Discord server, if you know what I'm saying. Or maybe the owner was French, who knows. Really? Okay, so there we go, finally. 300 and... Right, interesting. escape point to base there. Sorry, France. Yes, you gotta be careful. Yeah, obviously, the joke was extremely mild as well. I don't really understand what's going on. And I think it was I have a feeling it was all jokes aside, I think it was American getting offended on behalf of the French people, as you can imagine that happens a lot on the internet. I don't think French people actually cared at all. And probably find it funny. Yeah, long time ago I was a bit more edgy. I'm not like a hug box guy myself now, but long live the French nuclear program. Yes. Same with the UK, by the way. Holy, what a disaster here. Oh, stretch out. Why do you have to burn your garden's rubbish on a hot day? This is something I don't understand about people who want to burn stuff. Like, why don't they do it in December and like when it's cold and like dark and no one wants to be outside? It's always summer for some reason. It's like, ugh. That's when the windows are open. I can't escape. Anyway, enough complaining. Speaking of languages, I picked up Japanese again. Ah, cool. Sugoi. Hopefully you have fun. We must have one of the most expensive buildings in the world. It's one of the... Oh, okay. Nuclear reactors. Interesting. Okay. Oh, man. Oh. All right. Stretched out. We're ready. We're ready for the more coding. That's right. The victory tune. All things are going well. Right. Let's run this again. What's happening? On deletes. Okay, so obviously when we press exit, I assume there's nothing. Yep. You press start and then obviously escape. We have some bytes that's still present. 342. Oh, yeah. I guess the royal we. No, I don't know. I feel like half the time we're like coding together, so I often say we. Yeah, we're gonna make it together, gang. Despite I'm doing the coding. No, but you know, it's kind of like that's kind of how I think about it. You know, because you guys help so much, so it's actually like I try to acknowledge that by not just saying I'm doing this or something. I don't know. It's just like a psychological thing. Does it leak memory? Oh yeah, I'm not deleting memory. Yeah, that's true. But it shouldn't be leaking. I mean, it's using a lot of memory. Don't get me wrong. Too much memory, to be honest. But I think it's getting worse. We're just not deleting something properly. And I think it's only because of the demo scene. So let's actually let me look at the game itself actually, and let's build a different scene and delete that. And see if we're yeah, I'm deliberately using a lot of. Maybe I'm not manually allocating, maxing enough. Yeah, I'm using a memory pool. That's why, and for debug reasons, I just made a massive amount of memory. So it's really just designed for that, right? If you guys, when you guys get the game, and hopefully, assuming that I don't, or something like that, yeah, so do we have... No, okay, we'll actually not... Oh, I know what's happening. If it's happening because of the scene, I have a feeling it's just that refactor that we just done. Deleting a vector. In comes... Yeah, ratchet, I like that. Ratchet vector. Hi, Detri. How you doing, dude? Hopefully things are going well. Hopefully you're having a good day at least. Yeah, everyone's here. The gang is here today. Right, we have shutdown. Okay, so I think we're missing something here. I think I've been too aggressive with my deleting. And it's probably because... Ah, right, that's what's happened. We haven't... So we have to node stack shutdown. And we need to also do it here. And we should have clean deletions. Let's see, so start. No. Okay, so we're definitely down, but we're not quite done. So that is often a very small resource. What is next is... What else are we missing? We have mesh draws deleted. Oh, do I delete this? I don't think I delete this buffer. Yeah, so I don't think we've... Do we use this? I'm gonna assume we do. So yeah, this is just a very small piece of memory, but still. Microsoft libc like that. Min alloc for life, yeah. So we should have... Okay, so I think we shut down things twice then. Oh, hang on. Did I think I went too far here. Yep, go to here, please. Oh, we didn't allocate it? Do we even use it? Okay, we don't use it, so this should be deleted. I thought we used it. I thought, oh, okay, we've caught the thing that we actually have. We don't use these. Oh, no, we do. That's just convenience, though. And final matrix. Let's at least put the arrays together. Right, so I think we have a double delete here, so... Oh no, we're deleting something that's never been allocated, that's what it is. Okay, so that wasn't it, but if we were to use it, that's what we would need to do. Okay. So, do we use this? Yep, no, we definitely use it. What do we use it for? Oh, the samplers, right, okay. Not the images even? Okay. That's a bit aggressive. Why are we allocating that much memory? The samplers are never going to be that big. Why did... Okay, let's just not allocate that much memory. That's insane. Okay, let's be on the safe side and just be careful. But 128, right? But that's way smaller than 64 kilobytes. What do we even use? We don't even hardly use it. Literally don't even hardly use it. Ah, right. We might use it because we might have excessive samplers. And then we need to kind of append them all to the string buffer, but still. I feel like it's too much anyway. Right, so we still have that 124 bytes to track down. That's it, virtual alloc. When I was doing Handmade Hero, I was learning all about that a long time ago now. I wish I stuck with it. It's one of these things which I didn't realize like how beneficial it was to learn all the things that Casey was talking about. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but effectively there's this YouTube series. Again, there's a lot of people in chat will know this, but some probably won't, who are just listening. There's this guy called Casey Moratori. He's got pretty popular. He's like on a podcast with the Primogen, so relatively popular nowadays. But originally he was like he streamed 662, I believe, episodes of him making a game engine, and he didn't use any libraries, which included libc. So yeah, it's pretty I don't think Casey uses Copilot alloc though. No. No, he it doesn't exist. Yes. Hopefully it never will, but you never know. I pray to the programming gods that that never will happen. Okay, no, we do have a shutdown. We do have this. What are we missing here? Jeez, my throat. You would think after all this talking and these streamings that I would be able to withstand a bit of ash, but I guess not. Buffer handle. We're definitely... We're missing something here. We're missing something. Ah, okay, so we're not destroying that. Okay, that's pretty straightforward then. We have a tiny index buffer. I think. Oh, interesting. Yeah, why do we have this? Hang on. Bruh, why don't we just do this? Okay, so this is like a waste. There's like no reason to do this. Alright, we could just do that. Like literally we don't need to assign another variable and then assign it again. It's completely pointless. Especially if we're not using it. I think what's happened here is I was debugging this and it never got deleted. Right, get rid of this. And now we can go into... here, get rid of that. It's just nice. This as well, which is even better. Smaller structs equals better code. Yeah, I don't see him as antagonistic myself either. Yeah, but, you know, he is highly technical and knows a lot, but I don't like him. Same goes for Jonathan Blow. Fair enough. Not everyone has to be liked. I mean, I'm a fan, but yeah, different strokes for different folks. I guess that's all that is. I guess. Okay, so what are we missing here? Did we delete? Right. It's possible we're not deleting something out of here actually. So we have node stack, we have this, we have these two, which I don't think they're touched. We have resource name. You have dummy sampler. Is that being deleted? Might have got rid of that by accident. I feel like I've deleted something by accident here. Or yeah, okay, so dummy sampler destroy. Okay, it's destroyed. I think if it's not that, then we're not deleting something out of here. We definitely delete these. What are we missing? Hello, back from my side quest. We are testing things. We're beating up my hi Fab. I'm just answering your question here. I am breaking this engine. Well, I'm trying to beat up this engine as best I can to see if we have a some kind of thing that we can improve. And you know, what we need to be able to do here is see if see what we need to do next effectively. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out like what to do next. We have a big list of things. We have I don't have it open at the moment, but I can get that open very quickly. So I decided to make a big list of engine specific things that I might want that I need to implement at some point in the future. And I think at the very least profiling is the first step. So effectively we're trying to beat up the engine so we get like a bunch of stuff, right? And right now we've got to this point in debug anyway that we turned on a lot of physics to see how bad the engine is handling stuff when it comes to physics. It's actually handling it quite well. The multi-threading is helping a lot. So if I start that, oh, actually we need the right now we're trying to clean up this bug at the moment where we've got 124 allocated bytes and I can't figure out exactly what's missing and where. So and that's happening because due to a refactor. So I've missed something. Syscalls in Windows should really go through kernel 32. They update the syscall table in every patch. Another Microsoft annoyance. I wonder why they do that. It's kind of stupid. I guess they add more syscalls. I don't know. I assume it would always be the same thing. No, it's closer to. It's not kilobytes. It's just bytes. So it's a really small piece of memory that we're not deleting, and it's to do, I believe, with CPU side stuff. So yeah. CPU side stuff. What I mean is like I've got an array of something that I haven't deleted, and I think I've got everything, but I just can't figure out what I'm missing. So we've got node stack. Unfortunately, it's not labeled. It just tells me what the size of the thing is, which is kind of tricky. So I'm just going to go into my GitHub real quick. If you want to see that, it's in the link below. Oops. Keep forgetting that's a thing. Are you working on the latest commit on GitHub? Yes. I am on the space branch. This shouldn't be too difficult to find, but what I'm just going to do is check my scene code and just see, because I think I've deleted something by accident, basically. So we had this like here temporarily. Ah, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay. Yeah, okay. I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. Yeah, it was right there staring me in the face. Oh, no, no, that's not right. That they have the same... No, never mind. I've gone into the wrong function anyway. Let me just see. Yes, that's all good. Well, actually, we don't need to be seen. It is low GLTF, so that is in the engine, not the game code. And what I was actually looking for was this. I feel like I've deleted too much from here. In fact, I'm just going to take... Can I just copy this, please? Go raw. And then kind of steal this and just kind of make sure that I'm deleting everything properly. So I shouldn't have deleted anything out of this. The only thing that's going to... This is going to cause a compilation error. But I think it's easy enough to fix. And hopefully that'll fix the issue. If not, it's somewhere else. It's got to be somewhere else. I love half bus. I've been working on retained mode UI with SDL GPU shader cross. It's neat. Is that what it's called? Half buzz? What's half bus? Is that what you just said? Okay, so this should be everything. If I then add in mesh, node stack shutdown as well. I mean, yeah, we should shut this down before, actually, thinking about it. Just because it, like, leaks memory. Well, it doesn't leak memory, technically. It just, pointlessly adds memory. To the runtime of the application. So, yeah, let's do this. This is a mild improvement. Let's get rid of this, because that kind of keeps it alive, the whole program. Which I don't really want to do. Okay, so... Oh, half buzz is fun stuff. Shading glyphs, nice. Okay. Okay, let's see. How do we handle that? Are we on still the same? Yeah. Okay, so it's not here. I'm convinced. I could be convinced wrongly, but I'm convinced that it's in scene, because that's the other thing we modified. Okay, so this exists, but I think it just causes an issue. But I'm not sure if we still allocate the player. We'll see. Ah, there we go. So it was the player. Now, when I build the debug scene, so this is like terrible, by the way. I am aware. I just haven't had the chance yet to build a better system. So we did that successfully. I might push this up as soon as I'm done. Important is not really the criteria, considering Lego Island has code to handle it. fact that some broken code works on Windows if they happen to think about the program. Interesting. Oh, like Sims. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to send it to Nathan Biggs if it breaks on Windows. Right. So performance scene, which is just kind of everything colliding around. Stretch out. Okay, so we can't delete player when there's no player. I think that's the only issue we've had, I think. Oh, bags, yeah, sorry. Sorry. He's not from Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, so this is a rubbish. It's not a crash. Well, it is kind of. I'm trying to delete something that can't be deleted. So it's an assert. So on the delete scene. There we go. Ta-da! There's a Nathan Wedge out there. There we go, yeah. I mean, it's probably going to write an article if the Windows update breaks Lego Island. Oh, yeah. Right, okay, give it a stretch. And this is... Okay, so I'm happy with the rewrite that I've done of... I don't really care about the performance stuff, so I'm just going to commit 2 files, I think. Let's get a... Alright, so we need to just commit 2 things, which I think is good. The object loaders, because I think they're slightly better that way. Because we removed some cache unfriendliness and I guess removed a bunch of other silly shenanigans. Okay, I don't know what I did there. I'm just going to close that. Git status. And we want to add very carefully here. The rest of the scene is kind of status, yep, commits. So that should be good. So updated the load gltf. I might be stick at this type of programming for a bit longer, I think. What I mean by that is just like more refactoring, just to improve things. To be more cache friendly. I know it's more code, but it got rid of a boolean, which is kind of nuts. Right. You use the mouse. Ew. Did I? I just press enter. Or I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Mouse haters will not see the, the light of heaven. Oh, there we go. That's a strong statement there, Ratchet. All right. What have we got? So let's turn on the debugging stuff again. I don't think we're going to be running the... Yeah, I'm kind of happy with this scene. I mean, if I just take it back a sec. Let's see the frame. Let's go, actually. Let's... before we continue. I don't know how to measure the frames per second properly anymore. I used to use Intel Mon, but that just completely does not work. Oh, right. You'll not be forgiven. Fair enough. I don't know what holy act I've desecrated right there, but fair enough. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with the way the things are going. I think it's time to think about implementing increasing the amount of things on the scene just for beating. I've got to be careful here because it would be nice to be able to improve the renderer, which it needs improving. But when I was watching Arseny Kapulkin in his series making Niagara, which is a renderer for the people who don't know, it's like a live stream thing. He had to artificially, he had to like ram like, I don't know how many things on the scene, like 100,000 objects in the scene, to then like see massive benefits to CPU and GPU stuff that he was doing, right? Oh, that's true. Yeah, we could just do that and then just display that on the screen. The reason I'm bringing this up is because if I'm not careful, I could completely waste months and months and months of time trying to implement something that doesn't even need to be implemented for this particular game. Right, so I'm just going to head to the loo real quick. I think I've drank too much water. I'm not American. I feel like Americans can like drink water like there's no tomorrow. Like what 1 2-liter bottle and I'm like going to the toilet every 20 seconds. Alright, see you in a sec. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Render and endless optimization. Now Skateboard is gone. We could talk about TT's nuclear reactor / weapon. Yeah, I'm back now. Watch out. Grr. Oh. Right. Let me just check something real quick. Not something crazy. You just need to before we continue. All right. Right. So what are we doing now? We've turned on that. Like I said, I'm kind of happy with this level of performance. Now, the two things I have to think about, right, are the balancing between implementing engine-specific stuff and implementing game-specific stuff. We can do these two at some point, which is kind of these are kind of straightforward. We just need to not use yeah. So even with all the debug stuff on, it is slower because of a lot of the what is it called, the memory allocation tracker, which is what this is. It's kind of wild looking scene. Unfortunately, they still go through rocks, but yeah, they don't go through each other. I have I'm just trying to think of like what to do next would be the most sense. Like what would make the most sense? Let me just go back to planning for a bit. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't stop the timer. Now, I just need to ask like a super silly question online because I actually don't know this. I'll do. I wasn't that gone for that long. Can you do instance rendering with indirect draw calls? Actually, what all needs to do there is a VK indirect draw, right? That'll just tell me what it is. If I just look at what this does. Draw count. So draw count is the number of objects can draw. Yes, you can do both. That's good to know. Yeah, because if I want to do something like indirect draw calls and sorry, if I want to do something like what am I trying to say here? Cool. If I want to do something like what am I trying to say? View for custom calling. I want to do it in the and a first instance field. Got you. I want to be able to do the what's the count version? I forgot. I'm gonna have to do some studying on this though because I don't actually remember that much about this. Because I remember this being. I want to do, basically. I want to do view frustum culling on the GPU, not on the CPU. And you need another buffer to do this. I'm aware. You need like 2 buffers. Draw parameters. Excuse me. Yeah, draw count. Okay, so. Okay, so there's a couple of things. What's more important? Shall I work on texture compression first? That's just engine specific. I don't know. What I could do is kind of strange, but this is going to be a terrible idea. I'm going to do like something really, really stupid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going to happen. This could crash the GPU, what I'm about to do. You ready? Okay, so the model doesn't exist. and for some reason, don't know why. So yeah, let me just try this like crazy stupid thing. Doesn't exist in debug. Okay, yeah, it does. I need to delete the original. Just like eating space for no reason. Okay, go back. Oh, that's the rocks. Hang on, I want to do it the other way around. Is it not model out? Yep. Let's see. Oh, it needs tangents. Why? I thought these had tangents. I guess I must have overwrote them. I think sponsor 3 and sponsor 2 and 3 are fine. They're just like slightly different. Might have to fix one of them. Nope. Okay, so they all don't have tangents for some reason. I think we're going to run out of memory, to be honest. The amount of memory that the... Yeah, I think this is a bad idea. We're literally going to run out of memory, I think, before everything. Because we've only got 1 gig reserved. And no matter what I want to do, the physics engine takes so much memory. So yeah. Alright, that was stupid. But I do need to fix that, so let's go into Blender briefly. As you know, my Blender skills are on point. They are legendary among 3D artists. They call me Mr. Blender. True story. I once went to a university, right, to do 3D art, and then, you know, so to make sure that they were to make sure they were selecting people who were like new and stuff. They like had made you do a test, right? And never seen his program before. Opened up Blender, you know, made some beautiful art, right? And they said, no professionals here, bro. I said, I'm not a professional. It's the first time I've ever seen this program. So I got kicked out of the course and never went back. Ha 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 ha. Very funny. Oh my goodness. I would say you got somewhat stable base to build the first version of your game on. It wouldn't make much more sense to build on this specific... It wouldn't make much sense to build on this game specific engine if you... that's a good point actually, Fab. I've been rambling. I'm currently debugging GLB model issues. For some reason, A Beautiful Game, GLB, Rooks, textures look strange in the night's roughness values. Quite confused. Yeah, that Beautiful Game model isn't ideal. There's some things you should know about it. I know exactly the model you're talking about. That chessboard has a lot of triangles. It's the other thing with it is the positions of all those models as well are all individual, right? The top of the pawn, for example, and the bottom of the pawn are separate from the board. Like everything's separate, which isn't ideal. Damn, that sucks. 1,600 Xbox developers laid off today. That's bleak. Yeah. Never mind. Sucks. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do is just... This is like my master copy. I don't know why I've not got like tangent vectors here. Right. Let's export to GRB. So glad I can handle GRB. Run documents. Yeah, I need to clean up my asset folder. Because I'm running out of memory on my computer. Might do that after. Hello, Monchi. How you doing, dude? And where's our thing gone? I think you're right though. I think I've got like a decent base to build off, and I should maybe just stick with, instead of doing engine specific stuff, I should just try and get this game done, and then worry about other stuff like maybe spend a couple of months making the game engine better and implementing like new features and like what is it called? Like all the stuff that I've been talking about on the stream, right? I think there's some things I do need to do that to make things better. I think I can do the small things. I think I can do the try and get GLTF pack working for my models, and maybe task flow if it's not that difficult to implement. Just for IO, right? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like this is like generally good for like performance, but I don't know. It's tricky. If I spend like too much time on this, I'm gonna end up never finishing. So yeah, I think. All right, so let's finish what I was doing. Where is it? Scene data. Where's the... There it is. All right. Yeah. I think it's... Task flow is trivial to use. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. I have never used it. Then I'm pretty motivated to get that done. I just use async silent async tasks for now, so it's even simpler to use. Okay, cool. I think that's what I used in my older engine for NKTS, but NKTS is getting old, I think. Let me just Google it for a minute. NKTS. Oh, okay, no, it's been worked on. I didn't realize. I thought it'd been never worked. I hadn't been worked on at all. But I guess I was wrong. Let's see task flow. And yeah, pretty much they are both actively worked on. Well, yeah, that is task flow. I think people have moved for this for some reason, but yeah, it's really simple. Because I don't want to have to write a schedule and get it wrong. And I also need to implement... Yeah, I think this is appropriate to work on, actually, thinking about it. If it's easy to use, I need to also hook it up into Jolt. Jolt's got its own, like, sample scheduler, but... Jolt says that you should send it your own schedule, the scheduler that you want it to use, instead of its own, apparently. But even then, it's like, you know, do I really need that level of optimization? I don't know. Looks like it's just all lambdas and predicates. The real issue is making sure everything else is thread safe. That makes sense. Yeah, it's. Well, what I'm going to do anyway is if we look at the first task would be there's 2 tasks with the scheduler. There we go. It is, so this would be in, give me a minute. So again, I'm using Enki here. I've also got to deal with like got to deal with making sure the allocator doesn't go nuts. Anyway, right, what I'm looking for is task scheduler. I believe when I was doing this, async loader, yeah. Async loader. So that would load things into disk for me. But this would be the all this would do basically is load textures. That's all it did. And because of the way it was done, to like add texture. Okay, this might be a bit more intensive than I realized. I mean, again, I could just copy and paste it, but this is the difficult part. Which, you know, here we go. That, you know, this is what I was getting to in the end. You know, it loads something from disk. Then the asynchronous loader stuff. It would be nice to have this, and then obviously do the. Yeah. Okay. Remember you mentioned you had threading issues in your previous engine. Yeah, that's true actually. The threading issue I had actually, now I think about it, you just reminded me, was that I was trying to do this and for some reason the last texture, we had a list of textures that were saying that they'd be completed and it didn't wait till the end. The last texture always came late. Yeah, you're right actually, that's something I'm going to be careful of. I think I'm probably gonna get more legs out of I just don't know what to work on right now. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, because I don't want to have to run into this issue when I have to debug stuff for ages. Because if I'm debugging stuff for too long, then I've kind of defeated the point. I just need to do what I need, right? I knew this day would be a lot of planning. If you'd asked me, I'd tell you to work on some gameplay first. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think we've done enough engine stuff. So you need to know. So you know what you need like immediately. Yeah, I think you guys might be right. Is that stopped or no? Yeah, I think I can't. Yeah, okay. Despite this being a long list of stuff, we can't beat up the engine enough for it to actually cause any issues, right? Unless I do something stupid. Okay, this is not still for some reason. Oh, sponsor 3. Yes. So I don't want to do this. This was stupid. So this needs to be, let's say dark. It doesn't really matter which one. We have a basic. I understand your intentions correctly. You're going to. Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. So even despite we're in debug, we've got every single debugging thing on. Everything's slower than it should be, but we're still able to do this, which is quite good. You know, it's slow obviously because of and we do have some bugs when it comes to like these docks passing through everything apart from each other. But I think I was expecting this to kind of chug and go like really slow, and profiling it would come up with a bunch of stuff, but I don't think it has. All right. Yeah. Yeah, MSVC debug is really slow as well, so yeah, and even if I have even if I go in here, we're fast enough. All right, so I think I'm gonna go back to billboards then and just try and get that to work. Yeah, morning, Mika. Yeah, so if I let this like kind of blast away. You know, it's just so much smoother. Like, and this is me like pushing it to what I think is realistically as many moving objects are going to be in the scene as possible. No, I don't think we're going to have any more in this game anyway. We're not going to have any more moving objects in that. So yeah, I think you guys are spot on. Right. Yes, and you're right. I wouldn't ever give I don't know how slower a debug release is, but versus release, I can't imagine it's that much slower. How many physics objects are you doing right now? That would be the static. There's two types. There's what is it called? There's 4,444 rocks, and there's 4,444 ducks, for a total of 8,888. So yeah, I take that, which is divided by 2, which is 8, which is like I think I've done my job well. And it seems kind of corny to say this, but I think I've done well enough, I think, that in fact we need to turn off gravity, I guess. That was one thing I needed to check. So let's say M gravity factor. Like, my performance is okay. It's not like... Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. It's like not... Obviously, my engine could be improved in like thousands of different areas. But for the game I have in mind anyway, it's not... I think it's okay. It's not like it's chugging. Starts... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that did anything because we don't have gravity on anyway, so... Yeah, and it was deliberately trying to. I was deliberately trying to make the engine slow. Yeah, let's just confirm it actually is 8,000. Just check. Yes, that's really not helpful. Please. Total entity is not 0. That it makes no sense. What are you talking about? All right. Yeah, these are just spheres, but I kind of did that on purpose. Whereas, like, you know, can I get away with just spheres? And I think I can. I think I can. For now, anyway. But anyway, let's So we have. What do we have then? We want to, do we want to push this up? I think I'm going to say yes. Maybe not that, but yeah, you can see it's 8,888. I'm going to put back the regular scene and I make the player move and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going to be like back to where we were before I started to try and push the engine. Which I think is fast enough. I can't really do anything that's realistic. Yeah, because I could obviously make the engine choke by loading, you know, 4,444 Crytek sponsors in the scene, right? I could do that, but would I ever do that in the actual game? No. So, I don't even know if that would actually make things slow, to be honest. But you know, it's not like a realistic thing that I'm gonna do. It's gonna be that complicated. Well, actually, maybe if the models are that complicated, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be that much more complicated, to be honest. But it would be if they were active physics objects. Yeah, it's I mean, Crytek sponsors is actually quite well behaved. Let's just see. Alright, so we definitely have tangents now, but let's see. Yeah, if they were static, they would be fine. Yeah, let's just have let's speed this up a bit. I'm gonna make them dynamic because otherwise you just see nothing. Right. Okay. Okay, that's really slow. Okay, so that's good. I was worried that we would exceed memory. Yeah, the physics engine kind of falls apart when you get this slow. Is that a realistic situation to be in? Interactive frame rate, yeah. Are you planning to add particle effects? Yes. And how are you planning to implement them? E.g. one particle per one physics object? I'm going to take... Let me just stop this a minute. Okay, looks like we're... Just going to have to break out. Okay, I think we're good. I think we escaped. No, my mouse is still being tapped. Leave my mouse alone! Okay, this is kind of tricky. Isn't that enough to stop it from doing anything? God damn it. Oh, I nearly got it. No. No. I thought I clicked it then. It's even worse now. I'm stuck. Alright, so, oh, for goodness sake. Yeah. There's got to be something. Okay, cool. Hopefully. Nope, we're still stuck. Let's try, okay, so let's just close this. I think we have to hard close this. Time to handwrite a GPU particle system. Yeah, I've got a book basically that's going to hopefully explain how to do it well. Yes. Come on. Oh, I can press enter maybe. Yay! We escaped. Holy. All right. Right, let's not do that again. That was kind of stupid. Oops, what am I doing? Alright, let's try that again. I don't know how realistic that was. I need to talk to an artist, basically, and then kind of figure out, like, what a spaceship would look like. I think I'm just going to have one anyway, so... I don't think it matters, but, you know, if I was to have enemy spaceships, like, how would that look? So I have this book, GPU Zen 3. I'll tell you what I'm going to try and do with particles anyway. I'm going to go to private mode because GPU Zen 3, because Amazon doxes you. And they have this multiple mega particle system by Nicola and Wolfgang. So I'm gonna see what this is about. And it's designed to run on mobile devices, so we'll see. It might be like a good. That one is 2024. It's not the newest. It's the second. Oh, 2024 when it came out. So you could say this technique is 2023. I think. But I think it should be good. I think it should hold up. But I've also got to make sure that the hardware... I've got to make sure the hardware isn't like from 2002 or something. Like, but anyway. Yeah, again, I'll make sure that this is good. Like, this is all ray tracing, this one. Cyberpunk ray tracing. Right, let's close that. Alright, so I think I've got a better way of doing this now. And yeah, I'm going to share my Discord, guys. I'm going to throw it on the screen. There you go. And yeah. Alright, that's the end of the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I certainly got some stuff done. I hope you... Let's close this for a minute while I say my stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed joining in, and thank you for all this all the support that you've given me recently, which is all awesome stuff. I'm glad to have this great community. So yeah, I'll see you all in the next one. All right, see you later, guys. Bye.